How do I look in HD, Bob?
A whiter shade of pale.
Also on tonight's show, Big Jobo Hairyfoot comes back from the dead to talk about his remarkably short tenure as captain of the Greenfield Grass Huggers. Talismans R Us are certainly making a splash on the used arcane item retail scene of late.
I'd say less of a splash and more of an incendiary fire. You just can't trust sorcerers. I've just been watching my Cabal Vision ball jump. This new high destiny feed is crystal clear.
It's high noon. Welcome along. How you guys doing? What is up? What is up? A little weekend Blood Bowl. Who doesn't love a little weekend Blood Bowl? I was finishing this video.
You only need to look at the modern-day video game difficulty mythos to see how we as players value overcoming adversity. The Pandaren who leveled to maximum without leaving the starting zone. Swampletix taking on the Theatre of Blood while locked entirely inside Mauritania. Let Me Solo Her, killing Melania wearing only a pot on his head. The Happy Hob, performing no-hit runs of the Soulsborne games, sometimes consecutively. Rendy achieving the level 3 Fire Cape in old school RuneScape, finishing the Mario games without collecting any coins. We value and respect those who overcome adversity in games, and if that player is us, we end up valuing and respecting ourselves. So the reason many players have fond memories of older MMOs and will tell new players that older games are better is because they contained a lot more adversity and playing them demanded you overcome it, giving you as a player that deep sense of satisfaction which comes with doing that.
Yeah. I haven't seen his video yet where he first pops the skill screen. I gotta watch that moment. But yeah, this whole video is basically why is Dark Souls fun? Yeah, he makes some interesting points, and like it's stuff that I've harped on for years now. What?
Who is this?
Who is that? How you doing, Lucky? What are you doing awake? Shouldn't you be asleep for at least 24 hours? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 12 months. Thank you for reinvesting in the greatest emoji of all time. Yeah, so I've harped on this for a long time now, and he mentions it at one point in the video. He talks about how game designers didn't have to worry about players leaving the game for other games because there weren't a lot of games in the space, especially MMOs. So it's like you had to pick a bad one, and all the ones that, or you had to pick one you didn't like that wasn't treating you right because there weren't any options. Like you cycled through all of them and came back to the one that you considered the best, even though it was punishing, right? Even though it was challenging you with a lot of these like old school design principles. But then once a bunch of options came out, the designers all got skittish, and they're like, "Oh God, we gotta keep pace with these other games that are offering these like quality of life improvements." And I think that's both. At the end of the day, I think that is the great failure of game designers in the transition from old school MMOs to modern MMOs, thinking that they have to offer these things because they don't. And the reason is because, like he so eloquently puts, so handsomely puts, I should add, people crave the things that are difficult. And so if they go off to play those easier games, they will come back. Right? They'll come back because everything they're accomplishing in other games isn't worth it. Like they're not feeling the value, and they keep hearing from other people, "I'm playing this other game that is challenging and super rewarding. Here are the things I'm doing in my game that matter, right? Here are the things that my guild is doing, or my friends and I are doing that is giving this sense of accomplishment," right? So that's why Dark Souls is considered gamer cred, right? Like you're not a real gamer unless you beat Dark Souls, right? Like, obviously not true, but a lot of people say that. A lot of people hold that belief, right? And the same is true for any MMO that has seriously difficult content. So that'll be great to be sure. That's a creation. Not to mention macro competition things like social media, Netflix, etc. Right. So, yeah, and like I've always felt like that's okay. Let them go. You know what I mean? Let them go. If they want to leave your game because it's too challenging, let them go. Like they'll either come back after they play Candy Crush to death, or they were never going to cut it anyway, right? But the people here enjoying the challenge, getting something out of it, will remember it for a lifetime, right? So that's who, game designers who want to treat their players to a game experience should be striving for. So make that, and yeah, and obviously there's the whole money thing that pollutes everything, because you do make more money with a game that's easy, that has good MTX, compared to a game that's challenging and has fewer people playing it and spending less money. Like, there's no question. I think that's been proven out. So you have to want to create and be in a position to create in a company that's willing to sacrifice money for quality. And that's really tough to find these days. So, truck stop donkey hole indeed, Glavia. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Kittensky? How are you? Is there an MMO with difficult content? Yeah. Yeah, like there is. Like, obviously it's on a scale, right? But yeah, and it's not just like Naxxramas back in the day. Like, that was considered wow, right? Like, and before that, EverQuest had some really tough raids. There's also just the moment to moment, like he talks about in this video quite a bit, which is just forming a group to go to a dungeon is a challenge, and it challenges you in different ways. It's not about, rotations and boss mechanics. It's about socializing. How do you come out of your shell to actually try to lead a group? How do you, figure out, navigate where to be, and present yourself as a good option for a group that's forming to run into that dungeon? How do you overcome, oh, we don't need another warrior, or whatever. Everyone needs another warrior, but you know what I'm saying? With personality, oh, but I'm funny, like, right? Or, whatever it is, like, so it's a different set of challenges, and it's challenges all over the game. Picking a target audience in 2022, yeah. You can't beat it with that build. It's too easy. Weapons easy mode. It's like cheating. You over levels, of course, not a challenge. Right. Yeah, that's part of it. And that's what you see, I think, because the first levels, or the lowest tier of the content is so easy, generally speaking, because it's built for a wider audience, that all the people that are trying to showcase their excellence, beating it is not the way to showcase. That doesn't cut it anymore, right? To be like, to gain prestige in a competitive environment, you have to beat it under 12 different conditions that make everything ridiculously more difficult, right? Whereas before, you were able to just say, my guild and I beat Naxxramas, right? It took us 6 months after release, but we did it. No handicaps, right? Like, no artificial difficulty. And everyone was just like in awe. They were in awe of that group that did it. And now it's like everyone beats Naxxramas on normal, and then heroic gets a little bit harder, and then mythic gets a little bit, right? Like, there's all these difficulty ramp ups, and you have to beat it on that, and even that's kind of like everybody's doing it. So now you have to do it naked with a pot on your head or whatever. So quality is more sustainable money though, long term or short term. Yeah, there's definitely an argument. I harp on that a lot as well. I think brand recognition does have quite a bit of value, but shareholders don't give a shit about that. So short term, everything's short term. Yeah, you can't tell the bean counters, right? So yeah, it takes a unique studio with really strong leadership. One that doesn't answer to bean counters, essentially, and that can be a cultural thing, or it can be like publicly traded or privately owned, right? Like that could be another big element to it. So overcoming adversity goes to reward. That's right. Yeah, so I harp on that all the time. But yeah, essentially it's like ask anyone why Dark Souls is fun in this video, right? It's just like speaking to that. So
may not be fun in the moment, but they are infinitely more satisfying to look back on. Modern day MMORPG.
Like, how many of you are playing? How many of you are watching? Sorry, how many of you are watching this video and looking at the items on the ground, and have never played Path of Exile? Put a 1 in chat if you've never played Path of Exile. All right, so there's some people. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, obviously a very popular game, but the point here is, like, how much do you care about those items, right? Like, the guy who's playing this game, Josh and his friend, right? They have these really cool items that they worked hard to obtain, theoretically. Let's assume that's true. How much do you care about their accomplishments in this game? You don't care at all, because it's not the game for you for whatever reason. And maybe you play it and you love it, it becomes the game for you. But the point is, there's tons of games out there, and you don't care about the items and anything else in that game if the game just isn't for you, right? So this idea that people have that, acquiring stuff in a game that isn't considered credible, for whatever reason, doesn't mean anything. Like again, I poke fun at Candy Crush, but it's like, I don't. If the world champion of Candy Crush, if there's such a thing, shows up, he's telling me about all of his accomplishments, I'm gonna be like, dude, cool, I guess. Knock yourself out. You saw him at the mailbox yesterday. Nice. How's he doing? Did he kick the heroin addict or the addiction? Yeah, so that's what games should be trying to do. Games should try to be a game that gamers consider like to matter. You know what I mean? Like, this is the place to be. The reason it's the place to be is because it's difficult, because it's, because of, like Josh says, the adversity is there, not because it hands you shit for free every time you log in, but because everyone who earns anything in this environment is like, whoa, nice. You know what I mean? And then everyone slowly but surely wants to be there. They want to be competing for that prestige. So
overcome adversity in games, and if that player is us, we end up
true,
valuing and respect.
But not really what I was talking about. Like, I mean, you would extend my argument to the MMO space, right? Like MMOs that are, super easy, like retail WoW for the most part. It's like everyone has gear score through the roof, and they've beaten most of the dungeons. You know, like it's just like who gives a shit anymore? Like unless you're world first, nobody gives a shit. We've all done it. It's about how fast you can do it now, and that's not the right approach.
Respecting ourselves. So the reason many players have fond memories of older MMOs and will tell new players that older games are better is because they contained a lot more adversity, and playing them demanded you overcome it, giving you as a player that deep sense of satisfaction which comes with doing that. They may not be fun in the moment, but they are infinitely more satisfying to look back on. Modern day MMORPGs have removed as much adversity as they can because that improves the early to mid-game experience. The irony, of course, is you will retain more players, but you won't be generating those very human, very intense, very memorable experiences that come with overcoming an adverse system. It's why killing a boss after 100 attempts feels better than killing the boss after 1 attempt. You have achieved something difficult. The irony, of course, is that most players won't stick around for 100 attempts. They will declare it too difficult and move on to a different game.
Let them
Many
go.
players ask for easy routes to be added because they focus on the gameplay experience of right now more than the long-term experience and satisfaction gained by conquering a challenge. The skill in games design is to find that Goldilocks zone, where a game is challenging and rewarding while not being frustrating to the point of making a player quit. Older MMOs had much less competition. Players couldn't just leave for another game at a moment's notice, and even if they did, it would be just as difficult. So that Goldilocks zone was much broader for older MMOs. When Blizzard said, "You think you do, but you don't," what they meant was they believed a modern-day MMO player base would quit classic WoW due to the adversity in the game's design, the lack of group finder, and the lack of quest givers low.
You guys did, didn't you? Wait, no. No, you didn't at all. You were like, holy shit, this is amazing.
Location on the minimap before they were able to reach the satisfying level of WoW Classic and value the experience that overcoming the adversity gave them. Modern Blizzard design seems to be remove all adversity at the expense of all long-term satisfaction. So the next time you hear an older
Why are you
MMO
showing
player
Diablo
saying
Immortal
they
here,
want
Josh?
old-style
Why?
MMOs
Why
back,
are you doing
what they
that?
likely mean is, while they may not remember the less fun process of playing the game, they miss the end feeling of overcoming adversity that the game gave them. But what do you think? Should modern MMOs be designed with fewer features so players have to push through adversity to gain the satisfaction of overcoming
Look at that dungeon map. Oh, it's glorious, like hand-drawn.
it, or should the adversity be removed to increase early game player retention at the cost of long-term satisfaction? Or should self-imposed limitations, such as RuneScape's Iron Man mode, be adopted by the game industry and made available for self-imposed adversity? What's the best design choice here? Let me know in the comments below. Thank you again for watching. Another massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month.
Yeah, that's right, and that's what he asked at the end there. Jesus Luis. Yeah, it's a different audience. So that's the first question you have to ask yourself is what audience are we shooting for? And that's fine. If you want to do one audience versus another, I don't blame you. Trying to do both is really challenging. And I think you're going to serve both groups poorly if you try to do both, right? That's a common mistake. So. Maybe people feel they put enough effort in to retain interest. Yeah. And also make the process of losing fun, failing fun, because there's still growth, right? Like losing horribly and not learning anything over several attempts, right, tends to be bad design. Because, like, you know, you should be able to walk away with some kind of like, oh, okay, that's how that works, or oh, I made a mistake here. Next time I'll do better, right? But if you're just like, I don't know what happened, over and over, over and over and over. I don't know what's going on in this game. What happened, right? Yeah. That's not great.
To join Skink's Fitness Club, all you
Orcs!
all
Finally.
organizational details have been settled.
It's
The
his
magic
ninth.
can begin.
His 9th attempt at this team. Oh, it's Daedalquist. Look out, everyone. This is a good coach. He's got 2 goblins, a guard blitzer, 3 rerolls, an Apo, and we've got a troll. And they've got a troll. So he's going to have some inducements. Likely a wizard, although he might play a bribe, so he can foul me a lot. Hello, Bengal. How are you? There's the wizard. Okay, so this time I don't have my thrower. I've been trying to play the passing game,
Steady.
which is always this whole team is cursed. I get annihilated almost every game. Trying to do the simplest things, which is what Blood Bowl is. But I should have remade this team a long time ago. But the story is just so great of trying to, you know, cause a comeback, create a comeback. So I've been having fun with it, but I've been trying to do the passing game, and I don't think I've completed a touchdown pass yet in all the games I've played, which is really embarrassing. Maybe one. I try it almost every time, but my thrower's injured for this game, so I'm just going to have to play the running game, and I'm willing to bet
Brutal opponents who can also
it's just a
handle
lot
the
easier.
Smarter or stronger.
It's just a lot easier. It's just so funny. What are your thoughts on Brian Hawley and co sticking to their guns on no LFD RDF in Classic Wrath? Personally, I'm ecstatic. Yeah. I hadn't heard that, but I hope they do as well. It's going to be an unpopular decision. But good. Good on them. Now this team's coming along. I got a movement catcher and an agility catcher. Exciting times, huh? Alright, I get to do the bashing to start. I just want to... You put a blitzer on the line. Interesting. I'll do some light bashing. Nothing too serious. Those are the 2 I want. Which way am I going? I'm going this side. Did you come up with the hot streak talent? Sounds like something I did, yeah.
It's out there, Bob.
The rain is
What did it do
pouring
again?
down. That'll make the ball slippery and the pitch muddy. Expect a lot of turnovers on falling players.
Do I envision myself playing Classic Wrath? Definitely not. Yeah. Definitely not. Well, looks like agility carrier. Since it's raining. Can I get through? He has no tackle. Got a few dodgers here.
A loose ball is a dangerous thing. The player needs to secure it, and fast.
They're gathering around that lone player, like halflings round a sandwich.
Get stunned.
The attacker has an assist.
That was risky.
So who's complaining about the lack of those things? Am I going to play the EFT wipe at all? Some of my regular teammates are considering taking this wipe off, but I don't think I can. I think I'm going to have to play it a little bit. But yeah, who do you think is complaining? Or I guess I should get to the heart of it. Why are people complaining about a lack of LFD and Dungeon Finder and all that?
I've seen mushrooms that look smarter than that.
You will be playing Tarkov. Good to know. Good to know. So what's at the heart of it? Because, you know, like, the developers may have told people why they're making that decision, and I've certainly said why I think it's a good decision. But people just don't buy it, and they're going to complain. And so what do you think is at the heart of it? Of why people want that system and why they're so bothered about the idea that it's going to not be there. Because they realized they thought they did, but they didn't. Because they're lazy bums that don't want to talk to other people. Yeah, it's part of it. They don't want to quest 1 to 60 on alts. Yeah, okay. Here's what I see. At the end of the day, they want to get loot as fast as possible, right? And that's human nature, right? Like, I'm not surprised by this. It shouldn't be shocking to anyone, right? We are consumers, you know, like, that's what we want. His whole side is just knocked down over
Gone
here.
into the opponent's tackle zone. Should be good.
I guess I'll go over here. And so if you take Dungeon Finder out, it means they got to form groups the old-fashioned way.
Punched above and below the belt. At
They
the
have
same
to.
time.
It just takes longer. Everything takes longer, right? And that means I don't get my loot faster. And that's no fun. You can F with anything, but don't F with my loot drops.
Got anything cool recorded on your Wizwo box other than old Blood Bowl matches, Jim?
Yes. You know, I'm addicted to that HB. Ow! Game of the Moon.
Wow, look at all those dodges.
Bearded Grunt is going to die next. Then there's Doctor.
There's a
Time
reroll.
traveler with Nurgle's rot travels through history, infecting everybody. It's really rather good. And some of them.
So,
Those players are very close. Smells like a fight is about to happen. This
yeah,
player likes to be well assisted.
unpopular, but at the end of the day, they're still going to go get the loot, and they'll appreciate it more because fewer people will have it, right? In the short term, eventually everyone will get it, right? But in the short term, fewer people will have it. It'll be more
You'll
meaningful,
get an assist now.
and you'll have more credibility. Those that have it will have more prestige than those that don't, which will make everything more valuable. All those accomplishments more valuable, which will re-incentivize going after that stuff, going and doing all the things required, right? Which makes for, again, that just constant drive to get the stuff and do the things, and right, all the things that make the game fun and worth playing. At this point, he realizes I'm gonna score, so he's just probably gonna focus on the bash. God bless his orky goodness. What am I gonna hit? That guard
What was your
blitzer?
favorite moment as a Blood Bowl player, Bob?
Oh, well, it has to be
He's
scoring
got
my
me
first touchdown.
pretty well
You see,
surrounded.
I just ripped the head off this git who'd given me some lip in changing rooms before the game. So just for fun, I shoved the ball down his throat and then lobbed his whole body into the end zone. The ref said it was classified as a catch, so I scored a touchdown. And the NAF changed the rules the next day.
Oh, he's based. And not red pilled. Could hit this guy. It's one die, but he's got no skills.
He's coming to help his buddy.
Hey!
That's what I heard.
Now I can hit this guy.
Now his buddy can move freely.
Might be able to get him free. Don't want to get this guy surfed. Don't want to get this guy tune up. Get out of there!
Gracefully maneuvers
Well
around
done.
the opposing players, all done with an assured smile. They really are smart.
Should game reward 1% of dedicated players, 10% of player base.
Wow, that player got fried to the spot.
Ow! There goes the lightning bolt. Not sure what you mean. Let's see. Game. Well, there should be all kinds of rewards for all different kinds of accomplishments. So it's actually possible to reward 100%. Like, unless you're literally just can't play games. Like, even someone who, like, take WoW for example. Even someone who struggles to kill things in the 1 to 5 zone, right? Of like Northshire Valley. Like they're going to learn something, and learning is a reward. And hopefully that learning is going to progress them past like some of those first easy challenges. So you'd have to be talking about someone who literally couldn't overcome, you know, wolves in Northshire Valley.
Unity is strength.
Major complaint about raids, only 1% of players got an action, then fear reveals how last boss. Yeah. So I definitely think, I think Naxxramas was absolutely correct that there should be content for people that were... Don't you scatter out of bounds. Thank you. There absolutely should be content that only 2% can do. But yeah, that's a totally different thing than should I surf? I'd have to dodge with no dodger. Well, I could actually, yeah, as long as I can push this guy away.
This is going to be decisive.
Hello, pal. Alright, now I can do this proper. Oh, he was gonna score though.
Tries to secure the ball.
Bye-bye.
Oh, he's going to get intimate.
Woolly Woo Wolf! Get stepped on. Oh, just, okay. Okay, he's gone. I guess will that Wonder Woman score? I could hit a lineman first. There's still a reasonable chance I don't pick this up because of the rain. 1 in 9. Well, that's a... Oh, yeah, see. Well, that would have picked it up with a reroll. Well, let's go get it. Don't screw this up. Nice.
Oh, so near to the end zone.
So easy, even the wizard. What about Wrath Classic? Turn Josh playing it? Mostly just Blizzard,
Touchdown.
honestly. I just got really disenfranchised.
They should replace that player before
Blizzard.
they lose any more. Possession is the key to winning. It must drive the coach crazy, as his team has just kicked it away.
What are you doing up there? Crazy talk. I got 5 turns to score, but it's in the rain. People want to speak to you. They really aren't bothered about you playing this game. You're missing 60 to 70% of your messages. True. True. Did I work on the Hunter class? Definitely in TBC. Ooh, a Blitz. Hello, hello. That's not a great spot. My Atu 5 could get through there. He protected so well against the
Come on,
blitz.
guys, together.
I didn't set up well for the blitz either. Gonna let it go. TC Under's the most fun thing I've ever played in a while, so different from anything else, based completely on rhythm. Nice, glad you enjoyed it. You're held at gunpoint. You have to play an MMO that came out in the last 10 years for 1,000 hours.
Old-fashioned fight.
Which will it be?
The assist gonna be enough to
No
come out on
restrictions?
Oh, that looks painful.
I just always see Hawkman's name in lights. 2 down. Armor 8, paying out. No restrictions? You have to know American football to get Blood Bowl rules. You don't. Doesn't even help. Maybe EVE Online. 1,000 hours in a year. Oh. Well, I just thought. I just had to play it for 1,000 hours. It is. But I feel like in order to get a lot of value out of EVE, you have to put in that kind of time. But the value is there. So,
Two big goons.
like most of the other games I've played.
It can really hurt.
Oh, it's not last 10 years? So not even updates? It has to be one that released in the last 10 years? Fucking hell. It's a tough one. Give me some choices.
Gobbles got
New World? No way.
That's not a bad thing. When they want to, goblins can be really hard to get a hold of.
No way. How far can he get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I could, with some dodges, I could get a no block hit on him, but that doesn't seem. That doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem worth. Let's hit this guy.
This player likes to be well assisted in a fight.
Alright, come the hard dodges. I'm running out of players.
Fair dodge. It's going to be a turnover.
Loner dive. They could go through me here. Arcage? Oh yeah, the eye candy. Arcage has a lot of eye candy, right? Do I pick it for the eye candy, even if I'm, if I'm gonna have to be there? Wait, does like Lost Ark count? Because that's not really an MMO. They call it one, but it's not. Is that on the list?
Holding maneuver, if ever I saw one.
I don't know if I could play 1,000 hours of that.
Twinkle toes there.
He's pushing the sideline.
The domino effect.
Fresh system of the game is beyond the other game. The polish and love carries on unreal level. The rest of the game is poo-poo. Oh, interesting. Yeah, yeah. I respect that, yeah. Did you ever play Star Wars Galaxies? That was another game with, like, really, really good crafting, social economy. But, pretty bad gameplay everywhere else. Not great content. Arcade had a ton of gameplay things, all of which got devoured by the extreme pay to win. Oh, right. Yeah, I heard that. Heard it started out great, and then... Yeah. Didn't they talk about... Or maybe this is a different game, but didn't they talk about re-releasing it in the West without all that stuff? Or was that a different game? I don't think I can push here. Man, I got a lot of big dudes in front of me. Should I just dodge? And I feel like I should hit the troll. But dang, if I fail that one die, I'm going to be in a world of hurt. So maybe I dodge out first. With the old dodgers. He's a blodger, so I'll put him there.
You know, I may actually say something witty and insightful soon. I'm just waiting for the players and the coach to do something. Anything! Please, just
I'm giving up
please.
too much of the sideline.
Interesting.
Here we go.
Around that lone player, like halflings round a sandwich.
Push back. Not over.
Another blodger.
If the player remains very quiet, he may not be noticed.
Look at these dodgy boys. I didn't even blitz. Hold him here. Would you ever play a game with pay to win? Yeah. I mean, pay to win is a pretty broad category, right? So Tarkov has pay to win, for example. Like, I don't think the way they do it is that egregious. But the number of people that have the super Edge of Darkness edition
So close they can smell your breath and see the dead insects
is like,
in their teeth.
it's not an accident. You know, like,
He's looking rather smug for remaining
there are
upright.
definite
Pride comes
advantages
before
to having that. And they're short term, but that matters a lot. And I think that game is great, so, yeah. Yeah, Edge of Darkness, right, so... you know, less egregious
The
than
attacker has an
a lot of
assist.
other games out there. But it's still there.
This one, the attacker smells weakness.
Is he committing? He's committing! You know what that means. I don't... Alpha containers are torturous, yeah. Although it's funny, because I actually think the game would be so much better if the alpha container was the only one in the game.
Ball is secure.
Or even just
Can the
one
other
slot.
team steal it away?
One slot. Maybe it holds keys. Although I want them to do a whole different thing with keys. But like, you can't even put a graphics card in there. I guess you can still put a LED X. But yeah, a lot of elements I think would be Game would play better if it just...
Haha, here's some friends.
No! Think he'll switch on me? Why am I doing this?
That's it. Get in their face.
Unity is strength.
I just can't help but bash. I can't. I shouldn't be, but I just can't help it.
This is going to be decisive.
I mean, there's value in knocking all these guys down, but... There's the value! What up, Gems? How are you?
They're going to be carrying that scar around
Dude,
for the
just-
rest of their short life.
The power Apo. It's crazy. It's crazy, I tell you. I don't think he's gonna switch. I don't think he can afford to switch. But he could go through me right there. Alright, we're good. He can still guard through this. But it's going to be a stretch. Because most of his dudes are knocked down, so he doesn't have the movement to get enough guys down here. Yeah, he'd expose the goblin quite a bit. Maybe he throws, but since he's marked... We'll see. You've eaten your weight in cheese? What kind of cheese? We need more information. What up, Jobu? How are you? Are you gonna play that Tarkov wife? Are you Kinski? You upgraded after 2 weeks, and believe me, that was a huge percent of my available funds. Yeah. I know, didn't I stream like within a week? Richard Garfield to make a card game? No. I've been adjacent to him many times in the industry. I feel like.
And that's a holding maneuver.
Because I know some people pretty well that have worked directly with him. And then
We can always count on Black Orcs.
I've worked on card games that borrow heavily from some of his philosophies and things like that, so... Extra mature cheddar, oh, that sounds so good. No dimension to like WoW token, for example, more spinning was more gold, definitely. Not really, yeah. Well, if I did Glavian, like, it would have to be a game like Lost Ark, for example, or PoE, where I just don't care what anyone else is doing. And then I see how far I can get with, you know, without spending any money.
In the public. And in general, fans are much more dangerous than players.
Dope! Suck it, troll.
Occasionally, the struggle between brain...
Loner v. Loner. I did work with Jeff Kaplan. Yeah, very closely. You need someone to hold your hand in the mall. He's the only one who ever has the logistics key. So yeah, he has to play, doesn't he? I second that. Alright, well, he can technically stunty his way through here. He can go this way also, so I got a lot to cover here. No one else can sneak in there. Can? Oh, that guy can. Although not effectively.
Moved right next to a teammate.
See, here I go bashing again. Oh, why did I do it like this?
Surrounded by adversaries like that, I hope he knows what he's doing.
That was really helpful. When do we start the piloting lessons? SKL's here. Get excited. I got 3 rerolls, 1 turn left. Hey, it worked! Oh, he wasn't a loner. I thought he was a loner. That was this guy. Alright, get through that. Get through that, stunty. Think that's the new Predator movie. There's a new Predator movie? Where's he going? Oh, he's getting out of the way so you get his guard in there. Okay. Yeah, this isn't too difficult to score. Freaking stunty.
Place to be.
Ouch. Powed me blodger. Go get him.
Not a wise place to end your turn.
Oh!
The player gets pushed into the crowd. Well, last time that happened, it took 3 days to piece the body back together.
New Predator movie, huh? Is what's his name in it again? Guy who played Pat Riley in Showtime? That was really good series, by the way.
So the carnage can start all over again.
Here we go again. How am I going to stop him a second
It's
time?
hard to come back from. He'll need some subs. Important thing, gotta keep possession of the ball and not lose it. The strike back would be terrible.
Strike back would be terrible. It's a musical. What do I watch on Netflix? I just finished The Last Kingdom. The final season. What I think is the final season. I don't think they're going to do any more after this. It sure felt like an ending. Amazing series, by the way, if you guys haven't seen it.
Play Blood Bowl.
No! The rain cleared up.
That player is about to get punched above and below the ball.
Jesse
At the
Ventura,
same
yeah.
time.
I just saw Bill Duke in a movie, although he looked freaking
Good call.
old.
Intimidation is the key. It was one of my strengths when I was still.
So yeah, that original crew. It's coming to an end. Korean zombie series. No, that's just Kingdom. Just Kingdom. This is the last Kingdom. I almost said not Kingdom. This is more about formation of England and the Danes and one particular guy and his family and trying to live the life of a Saxon and a Dane because he had split heritage. It's really, really good. Based on a book series. Chess game design 1 to 10 rating. Oh man, I have a real soft spot for chess. Yeah, I think chess is amazing. And if you want to know, like, truth be told, why I love class design so much, it's because of chess. Because it was the first game that where it was like, wait, each of these pieces does their own thing, and they work together to form strategy? What? So yeah.
Is the assist going to be enough to come out on top?
Don't do that. Don't
Fragile. Very fragile.
don't do that. Vanilla WoW class sign. Fuck out of here, are you serious? Well, yeah, I mean, to some extent, right? Like, obviously, there's a lot more to WoW classes than, you know, the chess pieces, but that was a huge moment. And I was like 6 or 7, but, you know, you play checkers, right? And you're like, okay, I get it. And then, you know, and then you play Stratego. No, you play chess first, I'm pretty sure. But I played chess, and then it's like each of these pieces do different things, and that's amazing. There are different power levels. Amazing. And then you play Stratego, and that brings the element of hidden information. You don't have access to all the information, which brings in the bluffing and, you know, et cetera, right? Like, so those 3 games in particular, like, were like a progression for me in terms of like early game designer Kevin Brain as a young kid, and yeah, had a pretty profound influence on me. So, and I had no one to play chess with. Well, that's not exactly true. There were moments I had amazing people to play chess with, but not consistently. My love of Bash caused all of that, FYI.
Better watch out. Murders, little beasts.
And so I'd play myself, right? Like I would run both sides of the board, which helped me a lot with empathy, because I would try to get into the mindset of a different player when I was playing the other person. In other words, I would try to forget the strategies of the one side. I would put that to the side and try to, you know, enable the strategies of 2 different people playing. So it was almost like I was trying to create multiple personality, right? Yeah, failed, of course, but that's another game designer skill, right? In that you have to get into the mindsets of different people that want different experiences, and, you know, they still want some of the basic things, like to feel important and valued and have an impact on things, but yeah, but they have different roles and they have different sensibilities, and they're playing the game for different reasons and that kind of thing.
The players arrive to assist their teammate. Oh dear. What am I saying? Today's player is tomorrow's.
Only a lino, but feels good, right? Killing an orc. Feels good, man. I don't like this guy being exposed. I really don't. But how do I... This guy can get away easier. He's got sidestep to cover the line. Yep, we needed that. Soaked that one, which was important. Can I get out of here? Nope. And out of the game. Oh, wow! No armor break. That's a new one. Priest can only move diagonally. Yep. Warlock is queen. That's right. Chess event in Kara. That was actually Pat Nagel, one of my oldest friends, who developed that. You guys know him as Nat Pagel. But, yeah, amazing. Amazing stuff. Chef's not did balance her class. That's right. Yeah.
Gemini always
The guy who gets has to play with pawn isn't feeling too good. They didn't have parks in California. Well,
Did this guy leave his brain in the dugout again?
it was pretty spread out. So no, they didn't have. It's not like a big city where you go down to the park, the concrete park. You know, it was like suburbs where everything is spread out. And remember, I'm like 6, 8 years old, so I'm not wandering the streets at night of the big city looking for wise old black dudes to play chess with. That would have been the dream, right? Do I ever accidentally call Pat Nagel Nat? No. Alright, now where are we at? Oh, he's got a guard on him, huh? Let's get rid of you.
The more the merrier.
I guess we go there with you. He's making good progress down this line. Because I just can't stop him.
Free as a fart in a thunderstorm.
With my one guy. Ooh. He might let me base him here though.
Fast and
Hey!
the fans will love it.
Elf BS. Woohoo, woohoo. One decision. How do you think the new talent trees are going to play out in Dragonflight? I think they're going to have almost no impact on the game experience on the whole.
Almost always smile. You just don't always know what. Look at this. They've smacked a player to relieve his team. Well done.
Alright then. Alrighty then. That was a ball carrier though. Yeah, there's so many things wrong with modern WoW that adding talent trees, I think, is more a PR move than anything. But hopefully they're fun. Hopefully there's still a lot of good decision making in there. For you, it's no WoW token, yeah. Yeah. That's a tough one. There's no one thing. There's no silver bullet to that problem. As I was just saying, a lot of things wrong with the game.
One of those fists either.
But I just want to get out of here alive. You know what I mean? God, my team just always. I've done some damage though. Look at me. All right, the fans did that one, but I did a thing. Can I get through that mess and put a 1 die on him? That's asking a lot, isn't it? Ambitious. This is where I just kind of go crazy.
Come on, guys. Together.
Should I try it? I mean, if I want to win this game, I have to do something extraordinarily stupid, right?
Any action that risks a turnover.
Snakes! I didn't get far. Silver bullets. Play a different game? Yeah, you could be right. Cam got blurry because the heat of the game's going up. Yeah.
The attacker
Speaking of
has
heat.
an assist.
It's time to get serious.
Owned. That's what the cool kids are saying nowadays, isn't it?
Do hope the writers can help themselves and not turn the plot into a single-story thread soap opera. Cautiously optimistic about going back to dragons. Not sure about the strange humanoid dragon race they doctored up. That's an interesting one, right, Bloodline? Because hasn't
They're
Steve
building a cave
Denuser,
around the ball.
I don't know what his name is. Didn't he claim, or isn't the vibe like they had to play out a bunch of stuff that wasn't created by him and was legacy from Afrasiabi? But now they're through it, so Steve can tell the story he always wanted to tell, unhindered. Don't you dare.
Get in there!
Oh, stunned and sent off.
Actually doing his job?
Enzo. So yeah, like, I don't know. He almost feels desperate to prove that he's not a shit writer. And all the shit writing in WoW is because of Afrasiabi. Rather than saying, oh sweet, we can stop major storytelling and let the players be the story, you know? Like, which way do you think he's gonna go? Which way do you think he's gonna go? I'm just gonna bash a bit. We'll call this one a tie. Get
We
out!
may see that player later. If they
Modern Internet makes MMO design harder to hive mind. Elements of it, for sure. But, you know, Blizzard has access to that information too, just as fast as everyone else. So it can expose weaknesses in the design that they could potentially fix that much quicker, right? So, oh, that's not the guy I want to kill. What you want me to kill? It's this guy. So I think what I do here is just... I don't know what I do here, if I'm perfectly honest. I can't stop him with 5 players. One's 6 players. One who's on the ground. Should I just jump away? What should I do with this guy? Could do that. That's about the same. Bye-bye! Oh, he stayed on. He's only stunned. Blame the other guy. That's right. I think we'll go the resume padding way. Nice. Tarkov handles the internet hive mind extremely well. Yeah. I mean, some games just don't... Like Final Fantasy XIV. Do you guys know every fight before they come out? Or they just spend way more time and money on testing their raids before they come out? You know what I mean? Like, when that shit comes out, everyone's eager to dive in because they don't know what the hell's in it. Yeah, and, I mean, it gets figured out first day, but the first day is still a thing. So, but Blizzard just doesn't want to do that. They want to publicly beta test.
That's what even Siege would struggle with one like that.
We're going diving in here. 2 die or 1 die? Oh, this is just a fool's errand, isn't it? Jumping into a -3. Or I go with 1 die, no skill. On Supergirl. That's a little rough. Yeah, let's have some fun.
They say. See? Is that a good tackle or a bad dodge?
Look at whatever you want. You won't guarantee you extract. That's right.
That player was about to get punched above.
Blizzard's public beta testing Yo's marketing campaign. Yeah, partly. It also gives them very high skilled players that they don't have to employ, and more importantly, pay
This player
in
likes to be
QA.
well assisted in a fight.
One more step and...
I got beat up again.
The darker they are, the harder they hit. That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Like, being a good raid tester, that's starting to sound like pretty skilled labor, right? Like, I mean, I think all of QA is reasonably skilled labor. They don't get paid like it, but, you know, they get paid in honor points. But, yeah, you have to be reasonably technical and, right, like, organized. And there's a lot of elements to being a good QA person. It's not like Wendy's drive-thru. Although, even Wendy's drive-thru, right, like, you still gotta know things. But yeah, there's a fair amount of unskilled labor out there that they probably get paid more unskilled labor. If you just think about, like, lifting things. Here, spend 8 hours a day lifting that thing and moving it over here. I've done those jobs. Holy shit. Back-breaking work, but tends to pay a little more because it's back-breaking. I'm just rambling, but why do that when the community can do it for you?
They're getting up close and personal, Bob.
You need to be close. So close they can smell your breath and see the dead insects in your teeth.
Why am I doing this? I was just going to hit this guy, but now I want to hit the ball carrier. So I move him away from the troll, I guess.
That's it. Get in their face.
Dot!
It's the knee that...
What a speedster!
Oh my god, have I stunned this?
Only use for a ball, in my opinion. To highlight who gets hit.
Well, there was still this guy. This is running my edge 5 guy to swoop in. You make it with 2 GFIs. That complicates things. Better to pay for a gym membership than to get paid to work out. There you go. I could drive through Wendy's. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm gonna make hamburgers tonight. You guys coming over? Boygas! Ooh, this is very complicated for him. Last turn. He's got some shucking and jiving to do. Is that a double GFI, a pickup, and a dodge?
That player just Won't go down.
If the
Oh!
remains unmolested, they could sprint into the
Unbelievable. Scoops it up with the Black Orc. I think he's got this. Oh! Snakes!
He's going to slip.
And the KO.
We'll see him on the pitch later.
Hell yeah. Victory, baby. From the jaws of defeat. We snatched it. We snatched it. Isn't scarce enough to demand high pay. Yeah. Yep, turns out you're better than me at rolling dice. That's what he's going to tell me. Come on, Dado Quest. Come on, man. Actually, that's starting to add up.
They're gathering around that lone player, like halflings round a sandwich.
Don't be sore. Nuffle doesn't like you.
Hardly what you'd call an exciting score.
Winner! 220. Ooh, we can buy something. Oh, he took my MVP. The problem with having a theme team is you can't pick up these loners that steal your... I can't pick up Kald or Kavatno. Wait, was he ever in the Justice League? Are there some back issues I'm not aware of?
The regular season is in full swing. Come join us.
You guys like my past the hopium? It's so appropriate for this team. You could be swiping into Diablo Immortal instead. The swiping. Ooh, Adam leveled up. What do I give him? A little bit of dodge. Little bit of dodge. I can buy another lineman. Is that what I do, though? Is that what I do? I'm not ready for another catcher. I gotta develop the ones I have first. Another thrower? I don't think I want a second thrower. They got no Green Lantern. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're a full team if we're uninjured.
Did you know
That's
you have
pretty
a
good.
fan club?
Have you looked at it, Jim?
We need a catcher, not a belly
Move you
scratcher.
from the air.
When are you gonna make WoW 2? I should put it up as a donation goal. $1 billion. You guys wouldn't be mad, would you? If you actually fulfilled that donation goal. Let's say each of your contributions was only actually $100. Like limited to $100. Some of you less. You actually managed to fill the $1 billion donation goal. Would you guys be mad if I just left took that money and ran. Would you be like, yeah, it's fine? I mean, sir, you'd be more disappointed you weren't getting WoW 2, for sure, right? Than me, like, just taking the money, I think. Why would you be mad at getting scammed? Yeah. Alright, I suppose I could see both sides. Yeah, that's a lot of tacos. You got to imagine how happy I would be, right? I would be very happy to have $1 billion and not have
Were
to make
Powerstone
WoW.
X3 sponsoring the sport?
Not
when
have
you
to
were
make
playing
another
Belt polishing cream manufacturer?
World of Warcraft.
No, I got no idea where these guys came from.
I mean, seriously. Who am I supposed to blame? Who's to blame? I mean, I made a WoW, right? Obviously, I didn't do it myself, but you know what I'm saying when I say I made a WoW. And look at the state of it now. You're asking me for another one. And I'm like, I've already done this. So, do I blame you? Am I mad at you guys? I mean, I don't particularly mean you specifically, the people that are here now, but do I blame you, the players? Do I put all the blame on Blizzard and the WoW devs that, you know, took over? Is it a bit of both? You want more of the good one? Okay. I don't know. Coming back for seconds, though, you know, like, oh, thanks for the WoW, and then you take a big dump on it and say, can we have another helping? I mean, it's a little ungrateful. You know what I mean? I worked hard in that kitchen. This is what you do to the food I made. All right, it was the waiter who dipped his balls on it. He works for, you know, the restaurant, but still. What percent of your life force did you have to sacrifice for making WoW? Well, you're a sub, Glavian, so I dare you to find the 2 emotes that you have access to that show the before and after. When I was just starting the process of making WoW, and what I look like after the process. There you go. There you go. 100%. How much life force? What percentage of life force does that come down to? Do you think I have another one in me? What does the next one look like? Let's see. We got that into that, and then after WoW 2. Alright, is that about what the timeline looks like? Let's settle for that. I can see myself putting some hands on the shoulders of people at Blizzard, you know? Just put the hand out, right on the shoulder. Do you feel in charge? And this gives you power over me. 2 Kevin streams this week. What's up, Lockbox? How are you? Nice to see you. How's, what did I see you playing? Assassin's Creed. How's the Creed doing? Treating you? You design a game like a young man. Nothing held back. Yeah, I didn't like it at all. So, did you play Odyssey? I actually played that. I might have played that one the most. No, I played 3 all the way through. Over like several years, but still, I played it all the way through. That was a shock. That doesn't sound right coming out. Oh, you played Origins. Okay, I don't know. I never played that one. Most of them I haven't played. I mean, they have like 1 million of them now, huh? I did get a hankering to play one to Valhalla. Play Valhalla after watching The Northman. The Northman was just like, oh, it was so good. Made me want to go play something, anything. I almost started a Battle Brothers run. It just felt too Ubisoft. Yeah. The magic's gone, is that what you're saying? Alright, so we got our thrower back, but we're down a dodge lineman. So we still have a 1370 TV. It's getting up there. But I got a 3rd win. Look at that amazing record. Look at this shit. Oh, let's look at this. Yeah, all matches. Let's see. $11 games. 73 injuries inflicted to my team in 11 games. Look at that. Look at that fucking shit. Are you kidding me? This is how just disgusting this team has performed. 22 Kazas. 38 KOs.
I'm looking
death.
forward to the next match, Joe. Time for some Blood Bowl.
Well, that's... Wait. Injuries is armor break, right? So I'm not reading that right. This is what I'm looking at. So that's 60. Jesus. That's still like 6 per game. Madness. Madness! I do not get a clean bill of health. What's up, Azure? Doing well, how are you? Up close and personal, yeah. I used to always build my high elf teams all bashy. Catchers, mighty blow, and pile on. If I could, doubles. We go again. We go again.
Thirsty Bob?
Always, Joe.
Well, how
Why aren't they asking you to come back like the other WoW devs working on Classic? Well, when I did talk to him, he did say it would be much easier for me to come back if I was interested, but I'm doing something else now, so. Yeah, apparently no one wants to work at Blizzard anymore, so they're just not getting any applications. Did I try Gloomhaven? Yeah, I played a lot of it with friends. It was fun. Very fun. It's a tough one, though. Like, so there's this whole thing, okay, and those of you that are familiar with board games will know this from experience, but oh, another high elf team.
Here we go. Fun. Hopefully death.
Wow, that's a name. 2-0-0. One wrestle lineman, one catcher. He's thin to win. He's gonna have some inducements. Oof, it's gonna be hard. Yeah, it was super fun. So you in a board game setting, right, where you play with a lot of people and games that are cooperative, not competitive, like Gloomhaven is. It can be really frequent that someone tries to run the table, like the guy who thinks he's the smartest one in the room, and he wants to tell everyone at the table exactly what to do on their turn, right? So this is a common problem with like how to quarterbacking. This is a common problem for game designers in like trying to figure out how to sort of protect people from themselves, sort of thing. Because that can lead to everyone having a bad time, right? And in Gloomhaven, it's very technical. Like the game itself.
Give the team a little more,
And so it's in order to be successful, you have to be pretty savvy with your turns. And if you're not, then the whole team can lose missions because you're not making good choices, right? So that opportunity comes up a lot. And they do a thing where they tell everyone in the game, don't tell people what you're going to do. Don't tell people what your plan is. It's sort of against the rules. And, you get together with your friends and you hear that rule, but the game is challenging, and that's the first rule you throw out because you're like, fuck that. We're going to min-max the shit out of this. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Okay, we're going to combo these things together and bam, boom, bam, right? Which works great if everyone's at the same level and everyone's contributing and everyone's getting, you know what I mean? It's this very, like, equivalent experience. But it also slows the game way down because everyone has to triple check their moves to make sure everyone's doing things perfect. It's just a nightmare. So we started out min-maxing, and the game was not nearly as fun as just everybody winging it, not saying shit. You can say generally what you're going to do, but nothing really specific. More chaos, and we actually found that our success rate didn't drop that much.
I often think Blood Bowl might be better if we just
But,
got rid of the whole ball thing.
So it's interesting, like, that rule's in there.
That would be blood. Without the bow.
And
It's just war.
it's an important rule, and it's a good rule.
Let's go there.
But, yeah, you have to sort of pay attention to it. But yeah, so that's the issue of that game. But it was really fun. When it was working, it's really fun. Aggression's fun. The story stuff they do is really cool. I thought it was really, really well made. So, Quantic Foundry, they do a lot of research in gamer psychology. No, not specifically, but I am pretty fascinated with gamer psychology. Does a lot to throw wrenches in your plans. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, the interactions are really smart.
And all desperate to see some shredding death.
The strategies are reasonably obvious as well. Like the first time you go into a place, you have no idea what to expect, and so you plan the best you can. but you're like, oh, okay. So if you ever have to go back to a place, you can customize your deck and your experience and your items and all that to beat it. So it's not the kind of thing where you're going to lose horribly the first time, then you have to optimize and also play extremely well to get past the encounter. At least as far as we had played. Maybe at the towards the end it gets harder and harder and harder, but I'm not sure. But so yeah, there were some pretty smart, pretty clever designs in there. But it's very clunky. It doesn't play naturally very well at all. Like the whole deck manipulation, and once you run out of cards, you're done.
Again when there's more blood on the field. Yeah.
It's very clunky. Like most people I just want to do cool stuff and then play my cards and have a good time. Like thinking about the weight of like playing a card or exhausting a card or the order of those things and burning cards, like there's a lot of math, right? That you sort of have to get caught up in order to sort of get max value. Assuming that's what you're after. Perfect defense. Just takes all the fun right out of my drive.
Yeah, smells like a good old-fashioned fight.
Unity is...
I hit you. No damage.
Ah, good. He's got the ball. It's always embarrassing when they fumble.
Alright, let's do some bashing. See how this one develops. See you, Locke. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Wow, it's Darkest Secrets? Yeah. It was pretty cool. It was pretty sweet. Obviously, like, I was onto it about halfway through. Because I was like, who? But for anyone else, yeah, I imagine it played out pretty well. Is it still a secret for which studio to work? Yeah, I still haven't announced.
Come on, guys, together.
Use AI to give you a report about what motivates you to play games with recommended titles. Interesting. Yeah, I will have to check that out. Kobolds vs. Murlocs edition. Nice. Nice. Yeah, protecting autonomy. It's pretty important.
Here's some friends.
Then Fred went down like a sack of snortling unmentionables.
You could argue, like, in terms of like raid size, there's some similar principles at work. Like once it gets to 40, it's like there's more people that just have to shut up and do what they're told, rather than like being creative participants in the process of winning the encounter. Involved in the tactics and the strategy, and are really important when things don't go to plan and they have to adapt, and you know, like that. All those things are firing on all cylinders. The smaller raid sizes, 5, 10, right? But once it gets to 40, people don't feel like they're getting loot, which they're happy for, and they're parsing, which can make them feel good, but there's only negative consequences to like not performing, right?
Hey, Jim.
Because then they get ridiculed
How
or
many halflings does
they get
it take
benched,
to
you
keep
know.
a candle in a lantern?
Well, they're very short, so maybe
Like
quite a few.
doing what you're told,
Take 6.
not standing in fire,
Time
DPSing,
for me to eat.
not real satisfying. And probably rarely gets you know a lot of praise, right? So. He's protecting his
Those players are very close.
throwers pretty
The
well.
fight is about to happen.
Is the assist going to be enough to come out on top?
Did he not take a wizard? What did he take? An Appo and a Babe? Didn't even pay attention at the end of the day. At the end of the day, you're another day older. Oh, don't stand there, you dummy.
Got any strategy for the coach here, Bob?
Hit stuff?
It's gonna be a snoozer. I don't know how to score. We're both 11v11. We're gonna be taking one blitz a turn on each other. No mighty blow. And then he's gonna be better at defending than I am. So he's gonna get past me and I'm not gonna get past him. So that's what I predict. Some guy named Buff.
They've gone into the opponent's tackle zone.
Nice.
Should be good.
Jeremiah Cool always said superior skills prevail.
Do you think these titles suffer for not being very replayable? Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, WoW was so huge. It kept explorers busy for a while. There's also different kinds of exploration. There's the kind, you know, that you expect. The textbook version, which is run around a world that, you know. But there's also like exploration of systems, like figuring out what are the best items, what are the best talent builds. Those are also, they tend to be more math oriented, but they're also kind of an exploration. So
The more the merrier.
spreadsheet Andes, that's right. And in that environment, as long as like talents are being tweaked and items are being rebalanced and encounters are new and fresh, like that whole thing is just kind of an endless cycle. like solving the meta can be rotational. So that can keep those kind of people busy forever. Whereas like, you know, putting out a new zone to explore geographically is much harder to sustain.
Those players are running each other ragged, Bob. Were you much of a runner on the field?
Absolutely not, Joe.
You're about the Saga
I
Frontier?
stood on the
Yeah.
line of
I watched a lot of it.
victims that
One of my favorite streamer, Luki,
rival
plays a ton of it.
players came to me.
Check her out if you haven't. Yeah, she plays a ton of it. Does videos on it, guides on it. She's in love with it. But I prefer Tarkov.
What are they slapping each other with? Dead fish?
It's definitely not. The biggest problem is the PvE isn't scary. Like, the biggest monsters are just ammo dumps. They're real easy to make it so they're not dangerous. Most of the creatures are not even respectable dangerous. Like, so unless you're running into players, it's like, it's just not tense. Compare that to Tarkov, where a scav has the potential to kill you from across the map with a shotgun, right? I mean, you could say that feels shitty, but it's fucking scary, you know? And the bosses and the guards and the, you know, those guys are super scary. So, yeah. So, yeah.
They're getting up close and personal, Bob.
You need to be close. So you can smell your breath and see the dead insects in your teeth.
A slight,
This is going to be decisive.
ever so slight weak spot here. No! 1 and 9. Did I snake it? Oh, no, just 1 and 9'd it. Crudbox, thank you so much for 3 months. Appreciate it. Sploosh indeed.
Come on, guys. Together.
Yeah, Tarkov is definitely horror. There's no borderline about it. I fired up a scav run the other day. Usually scav runs, I'm like, I don't care at all. Like, I'm just running around having fun. But as soon as gunfire happened, it was like off in the distance. It wasn't even local. The first bit of gunfire was like bringing back a little bit of that Tarkov PTSD. You know, like, yeah, and I know what you mean about they're way less tense because everyone's on good behavior. So I think they went too far with Scab Karma. But yeah. Oh, they're fouling.
They are down and surrounded by the...
Don't you dare. Oh, get out. How dare you. Yeah, so, but the game is just tense, and that's great. That is great. That is exactly what you want. For me, anyway. So some people like it. They're like, Tarkov's too anxious, you know, it's too horrifying. But for me, I'm like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Give me more of that sweet, sweet goodness. We're through. Who's Miranda again? Oh, he's just... Oh, he's a block tackler. Dauntless, wrestle. It's a ball hawk. Love it.
This is going to be decisive.
It's going to be decisive, people. Now you're just in the way. Wonderful. Don't biff this, thank you.
Now that's a holding maneuver. If ever
We're cutting
I saw
through here? What are we doing? We making a cage? How do we make a cage?
He's sprinting. Let's hope it's going to be okay. That player can move over a third of the field in one burst of speed. Gods, that's fast.
I have to double GFI my thrower. Let's get some of these other a-holes up. Take some hits.
They've gone into the opponent's tackle zone. Should be good.
Activate I formation.
Moved right next to a teammate.
See how this goes. What were your priorities for balancing? Well, that's a tough one. Very complicated. You start conceptually. Like, what is the purpose of this ability? What is this role?
Yeah, smells like a good old-fashioned fight.
'Cause I didn't do the rotation design. I did the. God damn it. I did the toolbox approach. And so when you're looking at a tool, and it's, let's say it's a screwdriver. Its job is to screw things, right?
Safety in numbers.
Screw them in, screw them out. And yeah, you could turn it around and use the handle as a hammer, but that's not its purpose, and it kind of sucks at that, right? So, when you're thinking about balance, it's like you want to make sure that the screwdriver is really good at the things it's supposed to be really good at, and not try to make it all purpose. You let the hammer do the hammering, make sure the hammer feels very hammer-like, and the screwdriver very screwdriver-like. So that's the goal. And then from there, it's just a math problem. How do we accomplish that so that the screwdriver isn't a better hammer than the hammer is? The hammer isn't, a better screwdriver than the screwdriver is. So, and then there's also just comparisons between classes as well. Like, should one class that's supposed to specialize in these tools have the worst tool compared to other classes? Probably not. So,
Over they go.
over they go. I've never worked in a hardware store. How dare you? I've spent a fair amount of time in hardware stores. Free Pyroblast after 2 crits. I don't remember that one. Sounds like something I would make, but when you say free, you don't mean instant cast, right? You mean it doesn't cost anything?
Pressure gathering.
You still have to hard cast it or palm it. Was that Hot Streak? Are we coming back around, Bengal, on Hot Streak? Oh, it's instant. Yeah, that definitely sounds like something I would do. And it's awesome. It's everything I ever wanted it to be. Are we going in? Are we just handing off? Do I have any blockers around here? Are we done stalling?
Those players are very close. Smells like a fight is about to happen.
What does Joseph Stalin have to do with this?
That's a solid formation.
Suck it, lineman.
Opposing team have a go at the ball now. The less defenders there are,
Yeah, get out.
the easier it's going to be to move.
Is this where I just lose this game?
The ball is handed off and play continues uninterrupted.
Elf teams.
Touchdown! Just before halftime. That really screws with the players in the locker room.
Alright, I have to actually put up a defense now. I have a full team to do it. And Warhammer elves are actually useful. What about Eldar, Modama? Or are they just filthy Xenos? You make it so it's instant has % chance to backfire and damage the caster? Yeah. Now we're talking. Less tools, everyone has the same ones, just colored. Yeah, so very different approach. They try to create internal rotations, ignore what everyone else is doing, you just focus on your action bar. It's a different kind of gameplay, but yeah, not my preference. That'll let maybe fall in love with Fire Mage, yeah. I'm a big fan of Fire Mage. Imagine if Nikita and Ian swap jobs for a year. Wow. That'd be hilarious. Why would you inflict the whole WoW team on anyway? Just mean. You leave those good games alone.
Weather is fine, so I'm not going to talk about it again.
But it's an interesting point because there's a lot of gamers, especially streamers and pro players, pro FPS players, that have asked for a lot of things from Nikita. They're like, you need to do this, you need to do that to make the game better. And he just flat out said no. And here's the big lesson to take away. They're still playing, right? They got over it. It turned out not to be the end of the world.
Did you pre-order yet? Kevin Joe Ion.
Talk about Dragonflight? I'm doing Biff, and thank you so much for the 30 months. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, so important lesson. They huff and they puff and they complain and bitch and moan, but at the end of the day, They're bitching and moaning because they like the game. If they didn't like the game, they wouldn't be there bitching and moaning. They'd be playing fucking Call of Duty or whatever.
Within grasping range of the fans.
So,
Looking hungry.
damn you, Moranian, and your tackle. And your 4 strength. So, I saw your video on YouTube reacting to Pestle and the other guy. Yeah, Veritas, right? Yeah, specifically who I'm talking about. Pretty classic truck stop donkey hole. Like, his job as a pro player and as a streamer is to win every match, you know? So I totally get it. Like, again, he has specific needs, as it were. Will he? You think he'll throw over? If I just leave these... Well, he'll punch through my back line, sort of, but I can't get through it from both sides. I should just hit his catcher, right?
Yeah, smells like a good old-fashioned fight.
If the player is pushed here, it will finish in the public. And in general,
Not
fans
standing
are much
anybody
more
up.
dangerous than players. The players surround you, Bob. Any advice?
Violence, Jim. It's the only answer.
Go for it. Throw over my lines. How far to get an Elden Ring? 2 bosses. Has to be good at poker, good at calling people's bluffs. I'm going to quit unless you make this change. The game is dog shit right now. Yeah. Very true, BioGanesh. And, you know, I'm used to that from way back. Even as a player, long before I was a designer. People holding their accounts hostage, you know. I'm going to delete my account. I'm going to destroy all my items and then delete my account. Cancel my subscription. Yeah, bye. It's just like, I don't know, like... Do you even want that person around? Yeah, that's what I always asked, right, Brixton? Can I have your boots on your way out the door? Shit. Don't let it go to waste. Were you playing when the Mosin first came out? The turmoil caused in the stream community was crazy. Yeah, yeah, because it was cheap, and it gave them a chance. You know, that's the other thing programmers want. They don't want lesser skilled players to have a chance. They want them to lose 100% of the time. But that is poor game design when it comes down to it.
Here comes the mob. Hey, they're moving the ball really well.
Oh, I like it. Solid moves. Well done.
Must be extremely frustrating, don't you think?
So, Jim, you finally managed to get the equalizer.
It'll up the stakes, Bob, as we go into the final quarter of the game.
Don't give him a chance. Sounds like capitalism. That's right. Hell yeah. I mean, America. Fuck yeah. What's up, Marius? Nice to see you too. You streaming on a new schedule? I wouldn't call it a schedule. I don't even want to try to one turn. Ooh, there we go. Oh, that's not where I want them. You get on the line somewhere. You go beat some people up over there. I'll just take my pass farm, call it a day. If I had any of the sleeps, I look tired, don't I? Do I sound tired? I feel a little tired. I have had some sleep, yeah. Wow. Wow.
Unity is strength.
One less annoyance to deal with.
One less annoyance. My first BB team? Ooh, I think it was Dark Elves. And I've loved them ever since. Probably the team I'm best with, too. You go give the ball to Supergirl.
Ooh, a handoff. How original.
You pass it.
Another. This isn't my badge.
I'm aware. Sure, we'll see some
That's 2 games in a row that the catch has been snaked. So that fucking Supergirl doesn't get her level. This team! This team! It's so cursed.
This needs to be a hell of a kick.
The Night Kid himself. I love Blood Bowl. How cool to see it playing. Yeah, it was one of my favorite games of all time. From its board game inception to the digital versions. Adore it. Adore it. One. His drive, which means I lose. Can't wait for Blood Bowl 3. I was reading the changes to Blood Bowl 2020 board game. I don't know how much of that is feeding Blood Bowl 3. I assume all of it. I don't know if they're doing any additional changes for the digital version or how much of that isn't going in. But yeah, like, so here's the problem. Reading through some of the changes.
That player is about to get punched above
And this is a problem you see in game design a lot, which is something I worry about,
The attacker has an assist.
is pushing things to the middle, right? Like the changes to
They're gathering around
Claw
the
Palm
player, like halflings round a sandwich.
makes bashy teams a little less bashy. The changes to one-turn scorers makes the elf teams or the agi teams a little less elfy.
Hey, that player
right?
Almost competent.
That's not what you want at the end of the day, because you're pushing everything towards the middle. Now everyone's just in this mediocre middle place. There's no identity. There's no strategy's a lot less interesting, right?
This formation gives them a safety.
And I know all the complaints, right? I get it. I totally get it. But the answer isn't, let's make everyone the same, identical. Because then it's just fucking checkers, you know? And again, like, the professional Blood Bowl players, that whole crowd, is always going to push for less variance. They're always going to push for anything that allows their skill to shine through. Right? So pushing everything to the middle benefits them. You know what I mean?
Don't forget to pick up your team.
Because when they're developing a team, if they don't have to counter both Bash and Elf teams and play and skills, their job is easier, right? And so a lot of their complaints are going to be driven towards that goal. And in a lot of cases, without even them realizing. It's not even conscious to them. It's just see a thing that reduces their win rate, complain about that thing. But the design answer is never, well, let's make these teams exactly the same. It's just not the answer. I want to get my Blodge sidestepper on. I don't know why, though. I'll just dodge away. So I'm not sure I actually do want that.
He's coming to help his buddy. That's gonna hurt.
So many stuns. Should I just scrunch up? I can't scrunch up. Moranian's there. I can kind of scrunch up. Oh, I wonder if he'll... He wouldn't go after my Blodge stepper, would he? Would he? I don't know. They can just go play Fortnite or League. That's right. So, yeah, it's something I've seen a lot too with my comeback. It's like...
Be gone, fell demon!
Problem, Bob?
Plague fly in my coffee.
Thank you for the follows, by the way. Welcome along. I can't get a game with a player whose name I recognize, who has like a really good coach, without complaining. Always just fucking complaining. It's like it's the natural. It's the natural progression. Because the best players tend to play a ton, like they play hundreds of games. And rather than like easing into a routine where it's like in the meta, in the big picture sense, like, yeah, Blood Bowl just serves you bad beats sometimes. You know, like sometimes the dice are just against you, but overall your record is still like 80% win rate, you know? Usually not that high, but... So rather than settling into like just sort of an acceptance that this is Blood Bowl and I'm still amazing at it and I'm still doing well, it's just constant complaining. Like, almost like in their head they believe they, through their skill, they can eliminate all bad variants, you know? Which is such a,
On the edge of the field there, within grasping range of
such a weird approach to take, or a psychological perspective for a game like this, thinking that that can happen. So there's definitely like exhaustion setting in, because some people are just playing way too much, you know, like that's a thing. But it's also, so, you know, when it's specific to this type of game, the fact that you can get it under control, you know, very obsessive, like. So I found it interesting. Man, how do I stop him? Do I even know how? Do I even know what I'm doing? No is the answer. I'm just gonna sort of comfortably lose. This is my plan. That's your plan? Comfortably lose?
They're getting up close and personal, Bob.
You need to be close. So close they can smell your breath and see the dead insects in your teeth.
I need some Mighty Blow on this team. I haven't rolled... Have I rolled any doubles? I haven't rolled any doubles. 2 attributes. Well, this is my 1 double, but it was like movement on a catcher. I'm like, oh, fuck. Well, shit. On the other hand, it's like, go ahead and score. Just have him have the lane now, because he's just going to cage up on the side. I'm going to force him to at least... I'm going to force him to switch sides, actually.
What are you up to, Bob?
I'm thinking about what to have for lunch. Roast elf heart or baked halfling legs. Oh, yummy.
Oh, he can go through the middle here, if I let him have this side. I don't know. Now he switches. It's the expectation of victory against worse players, yeah. It's the game is against, right? Good dice are what they deserve, yeah. You make a mistake and still win. They rage so hard, yeah. You're perceiving anything that makes you lose is bad for the game, that's right. Cryptic secret language. I've never played in a WoW private server now. Because back when I played WoW, the main servers were the better option, you know? Like, so if I still wanted to play WoW through all the bad years, or worse years, because some, you know, they weren't always bad, then private service would have been more attractive, you know, an option. But I never felt the need, so. They're so hostile to newer players, yeah. That's the thing I'd noticed too, is, yeah. You would think that the Blood Bowl community being small, they'd want to encourage, they'd be very welcoming. Yeah, come on in. Dude, it's great. You're going to love this game. If you need any help, let me know, you know. Why are you mad? It's just a game. Yeah, like, and I complain too, don't get me wrong. Like, you'll catch me complaining about bad dice. I've talked about this team being cursed, and you'll be like, oh, what a hypocrite. So it could be just me, like, not cutting them any slack for doing the same thing I do. There could be an element of that. But, I've just never seen, like, well, that's how it goes, you know, like... The other thing I love about games like this, which not enough games do, in my opinion, it's the same thing I get out of Football Manager, is it's not your fault, right? Like, in Football Manager, when a guy screws up, fails horribly, it's not your fault, right? So you can sort of celebrate how shit he is. Same with these players. Like, you can celebrate how shit some of these players are performing. Because it's just bad dice. Like, it's not your fault that that guy fucked up. Right? So, laugh about it. Enjoy it. You know, it's like fantasy football. God, my team was shit this week. Or, holy shit, all my guys are injured. I could get a 1 die here. Why am I... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can't get a blocker on him. I'll just stand up, you big babies. I'm sort of out of it now. Oh, it is kind of a tricky dodge through. Unless I 1 die this guy first, or add an assist.
I've often wondered, Bob, who would win in a fight between you and Morgan Thorne?
Contractually, I'm not allowed.
Oh my god, I'm out of time?
Suffice to say that the matter has already been settled. That'll help a player move without risk.
God damn. Returning back to Elden Ring. Yeah, I'll get a hankering for a new Souls experience before too long. I want when I get triple skulls, so I don't always type it though. Yeah, and that's part of it. Like,
should be good.
I played, you know, like a fair number of games with these teams since I've been back. And yeah, you get in streaks where it's just like, this team especially, it's just a nightmare. It's so cursed. But, again, like, it's funny that very few... This is more common in Football Manager, I feel. Like, that joint celebration of how shit your team is, sometimes. Like, people collect their videos of the biggest fails, right? They do that in Blood Bowl, too, but... There's it's a different sort of edge to the commentary about it. Maybe because there isn't direct competition. Like, people are competing in the ladder here, so it's really important that they succeed. Whereas in Football Manager, it's more people playing against, you know, their previous successes. But I don't know. I wish I guess it's just wishful thinking that people could kind of celebrate the fact that it's their teams that are shit, their players that are shit, that are doing shit things, than
Come on, guys, together.
taking it so personally, you know. But when the stakes are high, and you know they matter in the ladder, people are trying to win, so I get it. Playing halflings right now, I think that's actually really good medicine, like preventative medicine. Go play one of the tier 3 teams and just have fun. Just have fun with it and watch your guys explode, and you know what I mean? Like the comedy of errors. Throw a few guys with your tree, you know, like trying to hit other players. Like just, I don't know, just. I don't know. Try to put yourself in an environment where you can soften the blow of loss and develop those muscles, you know? The same is true of Tarkov. Like, for people that have gear fear, they won't take in good stuff ever because they're worried about losing it. It's like, you know, find a nice cheap kit that you don't mind losing. And just run that for a long time. And then lose it. And then upgrade it to the next level. Try to develop the muscles from Brussels of just, you know, losing stuff.
Now that's a holding maneuver, if ever I saw one.
Alright, I'm going to mark the ball carrier here.
They just got owned.
Just a stun. A stun once in a while would be nice. Well, he's probably saying the same thing. I honestly just don't even know what I'm doing. Ooh, who can I hit? I can hit some dudes.
Yeah, smells like a good old-fashioned fight.
I can hit some dudes. Oh, there's a stun. Ask and you shall receive.
The attacker has an assist.
Take that from the Loner Man. I guess. I don't know what else to do. I'm so bad right now. You can also hit your balls. Yeah. It's true. Is your brother bring 5K in his container for the fucking car extract? 5K, I know. It's like you're dealing in millions of rubles. It's so funny. Embrace that you suck and become stronger. That's right.
Smells like a fight is about to happen.
Quite a few people. Hey, what's up? Good day, Nick. How are you? Normally the slightly above average guys who are really good, just average, seem to be way more chill. Yeah. But these are, like... Why is it asking me? Oh, because I'm near the sideline.
That player is so close to a world of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, entitled people, for sure. Nothing's ever their fault. It's always a shit game or, you know, something external to them, right? Because I do that too. Like, with this team, it's like, some of the fact that it's cursed is me just, like, tilting, right? And by tilting, I don't mean me raging and smashing my keyboard. I mean, like, I take a few bad beats, and then I start making riskier and riskier plays rather than trying to be conservative and get back into it slowly but surely and making really measured. And I'm like, no, I'm going to double down. I'm going to double down on the crazy. And then it's just like, of course my guys are falling over and, you know, dying because I'm trying to do giant cage dives and just nonsense, right? Like, oh, there go all my rerolls, and I'm still going in hard. It's just, god damn, dude. What'd you expect? So, what did he do there? Was it just a double GFI? Oh, was it dodge? Okay. Beautiful. We could win this now? Oh god, I'm running out of time. Sit that guy down. I don't need to... Oh, that's a question, though. I should blitz him down, right? I don't have any... Well, he needs a push, but... Is that risk I don't need to take? Because he's... I have a 5 agi.
With defense is flailing, he's following up, hoping to get the knockdown next time.
What other safe moves can I make? I honestly don't even... just don't even care. I hope it works out. Let's put all the guys forward, because assuming this is going to work out. Give me that ball.
Dropping up the ball with the opponent so close. Impressive.
There's my 1. Alright, do I make this throw? Oh, hell yeah.
Will it be a completion?
Catch!
How you move the ball.
Bye! Teach you to fucking snake on me. I will, I'll teach you. Base up! Spend your turn blocking. You son of a biscuit. Oh, I should have gone down here and gotten a block. We're trying to have a nice conversation. This fucking game of Blood Bowl's getting in the way, am I right? Wouldn't mind playing a sucky team if that sucky team could stop Chaos and Black Orc teams. Yeah. The thing about the Tier 3 teams, I think, is if they just had a thing that they consistently did well, that you could get joy out of, right? Like, I think the Halfling Hot Pot is a perfect example. Like, I mean, it's sort of anti-fun, so maybe not the best example, but like, that's one thing about, like, sneaky get. The sneaky get change in the new Blood Bowl rules, I think, is really important. Because a team built around fouling, yeah, you're going to destroy my goblins most of the time, but I'm just going to foul the shit out of you every turn. I think it's amazing, you know? That's the way I get you. As soon as your guys are on the ground,
Is the assist going to be enough to come out on top?
I'm going ham, you know? Like... And so you can get your team annihilated, but every time you foul someone off the pitch, it's just like this joy, pure joy.
ravenous, and so am I. Just one more step.
Yeah, so fun losing, right? Like I talk about that a lot. If your game can offer a good time when you are losing, then you're in a good place. Oh no! I didn't even notice he was based. Dumbass. Alright, who am I hitting? Everybody. Everyone!
Opponents tackle some. Should be good.
This is going to be decisive. That's going to be a turn.
That dude was based. Everybody better than me is cheating? Yeah, absolutely. Sunk cost fallacy, right? That and the gambler's fallacy. I'm due. String of bad luck means I'm due.
Unity is strength.
Like, do you ever, who thinks this way? I just failed a 1 in 6, or a 1 in 3. Humans, I play a lot of humans. This is classic. Your 1 in 9s is all over the place. So you fail your first 1 in 3, and it's on the re-roll, and during the re-roll, you're actually thinking, well, this is still 1 in 9. Right? Like, no. No, it's not. That time is over. It's now a 1 in 3. I rolled tails last 5 times. Yeah, high probability, right? Extremely high probability. You're playing vanilla. Did you have time to play any other games? Yes, but not nearly as much as I needed to. KO'd. Safe. Now he's just being grumpy. Oh, look at this. Look at this madness. He's really going for it. Should I score now? Give him a one-turner opportunity? Or just knock that guy down and I'll stall one more turn.
Not a wise place to end your turn on the border of the pitch. If the player gets pushed into the crowd, well, last time that happened, it took 3 days to piece the body back together.
You can still get to me. Why? Why do I care if he's up or not? Something to do, I guess. Buttons to click. Does it ever feel weird being approached as that ex-WoW guy? Nah. It's definitely the game that touched the most people. Probably my best work. And it hasn't been several other games. Really. And certainly nothing as critically acclaimed as WoW, so I get it.
That's it. Get in their face.
Favorite expansion past Kata? Oof. I don't know if I have one. Pretty disappointed in the 2 that I played. I played Legion. I played Shadowlands. Did I play BFA? I played BFA too. But yeah, they're all pretty disappointing. They all suffer the same flaws, generally speaking. Don't you tackle me. Oh, just straight up pow.
So close they can smell your breath and see the dead insects in your teeth.
Just a straight up pow. Oh, take it, Moranian. Oh, no loner for you. Look at you. Yeah, am I allowed to? I am allowed to, but I'm choosing not to.
Spring in their step this time, perhaps.
There's always choices in life. I worked on Diablo Immortal, that's right. GG, guy whose name I don't want to try to pronounce. Wow, that was weird. Just goes to show you, elves. Worst defense in history. He snaked, so I took the ball and I ran away. That's the elf thing. They wait for you to die. They're immortal. Woo! Green arrow. Finally get accurate. That's what I should have taken first. Cover for that very sunny nonsense. How we doing blocks? Ooh, I got outblocked badly. So that's
Keep it local by playing matches with nearby opponents.
an expected
Or
result.
you can select
2
a coach to play
level
against
ups
from anywhere
and a
in the
bunch
world.
of cash.
Even Lustria.
Alright, Supergirl, here we go. Anybody want some more movement? Bless these dice! Not so much. This guy doesn't really matter. I know. Passing game. Ridiculous. It's fun. It's fun to throw bombs on your moms. Are we getting respectable now? 4 wins? I gotta dump some of this cash out, though. Dump some of this cash. That's a lot of cheerleaders. Just for the night, though. A hell of a party. Fired in the morning.
How's the missus, Bob?
Ex-Mrs. Jim, but that don't mean I misses her. She took everything in the divorce, including my family's sacred.
Pass the
gut
hopium, yeah.
cow.
Legion was pretty good compared to BFA, WoD, or SL, yeah. So, yeah. Didn't play MOP or WoD, yeah. Any future games you're excited about? Yeah, quite a few. Super excited about Rogue Trader. I'm really excited about Dark Tide. Both 40k games. I know I'm a little obsessed. Excited for Baldur's Gate 3. What else? Stalker 2. That's a slow burn, but yeah. Yeah. You have a sense of dread about how Bloodlines 2 will turn out? Yeah. As you should. I hate to say. Why do boosts in TBC make me so mad even though leveling possibility was just a time sink? Because the time sink matters. It matters. It just does.
At Massive Bifford Fan on Twitter has just sent you a rather intimate message, Bob. Would you like to take a look?
As Baba would put it.
What is
Sorry, our lovely friend Baba the Ganoush would put it. The most valuable resource of people that play MMOs is time. Your time. And changing that to your money has a significant impact on the value of everything. So, time is money, friend. Because botting issues makes earlier content harder to complete normally if you can't find anyone. Yeah. Just everyone. Gloomwood. Lucky Luck Luke 2. Thank you so much for the huge raid. I appreciate it. Welcome along, everyone. Hope you guys had a wonderful stream. What were you playing? What were you doing? How'd your evening go? Blood Bowl Manager 2023. That really is. That was a mashup I mentioned. That was a question that went around Obsidian, a few designers. What 2 games? Yeah, participate in this, please. Yeah, I'm sure you're hungry and tired, so enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, appreciate you. What 2 games would you combine to be your favorite game of all time, in theory? Oh, Sword of the Stars, The Pit 2? There's a second one? What? I gotta look that up. I enjoyed the first one a lot. The Pit 2, awesome. And my answer was Blood Bowl and Football Manager. That was my answer. So yeah, what two games would you mash together to make what would theoretically be your favorite game of all time? Because yeah, as I've gotten older, I've enjoyed management games a lot more. Deep Rock and Space Marine. That is an amazing shout. Yeah. That's kind of what Deathwing was supposed to be, right? Deathwing was such a huge letdown. Like, and I'm excited for Dark Tide, but I don't think it'll have the depth that Deep Rock has. I think it'll be more straightforward in terms of the RPG, crafting, etc. elements, resource gathering elements. But and also you're not Space Marines, right? Just it's fine, like, but at the end of the day, I want to be a Space Marine. Bottle Brothers and Worms. Super Seducer and Unreal Tournament. Nice. Jagged Protocol. Is that a combination of Jagged Alliance and Alpha Protocol? Wow, I don't know what form that takes, but I like both of those games a lot. Huge choice and consequence. But is it a shooter or is it turn-based strategy? Turn-based tactics? That's the big question. Or is it turn-based shooter? Did you play Necromunda? That was turn-based shooter. Man. Oof. Not Necromunda, Hired Gun. But Necromunda. Deathwing devs went on to make Necromunda. No, the Mordheim devs went on to make Necromunda. Or did they also make Deathwing? Witcher 3 and Vanilla WoW. Okay. So basically WoW, but instead of bowls of fruit, naked women. Is that what you're shooting for there, Bloodline? Or is it World of Warcraft where 40 Geralt show up to each raid? Oh, Deathwing guys went on to make Hired Gun. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Hired Gun felt better as a shooter, but still had a lot of problems with all the other like little systems they put in. They were all very lackluster. Yeah, these are some good ideas though. Turn-based, I think, yeah. Turn-based shoot or tactics with huge choice consequence story, like infinite replayability or near infinite, it would be really awesome. It's kind of what XCOM was trying to be, but there's something really cool about the Jagged Alliance world. That was the first thing I wanted out of the modding community for XCOM, was to make a Jagged Alliance game. But I don't think anybody did. Thoughts on CD Projekt Red making Witcher 4 after the Cyberpunk fiasco? Yeah, I have a different take on the Cyberpunk fiasco that everyone talks about. Like, I still think Cyberpunk was a very good game for what it was supposed to be good at, which it was very good at. I didn't play it on consoles, so the fact that it blew up and on consoles or whatever is like, okay, like I understand, I appreciate everyone who bought it on console. They got totally screwed, you know. So poor business and all that, but I think Cyberpunk was a pretty good game if you could play it, right? And so, am I excited to see them back trying to make another game? Yeah. Like, there are things they need to do better at, for sure, 100%. But do I want more Witcher games? Absolutely. So, I don't think they should close shop and never try again. Just don't put it on consoles. How about that? Fuck you, console people. Why don't you fucking buy a PC like an adult? Well, the design flaws of mine, I don't have long enough. Consult every stream I've ever made. I was watching Jimmy Fantastic, and he's a well-known Blood Bowl streamer. And one of the reasons I ended up streaming, by the way, I used to watch him a lot while playing or while working at Obsidian on Tyranny. Anyway, he was going through a bunch of like most viewed clips for Blood Bowl, and there were a few of me in there because I happened to be playing Blood Bowl, but they were all about WoW. It was all just me talking about WoW that had been clipped and passed around, wherever. Nothing to do with Blood Bowl, and the Blood Bowl was on the screen, but pretty funny. But yeah. So many flaws. And the flaws they're deep and complex. Sylvanas at least has a happy ending in a Witcher 3 plus vanilla crossover. That's right. I see what you did there with happy ending as well, Scott Poe. Like, what were the game design? What if you were to talk strictly game design for Cyberpunk? Describe the fiasco, right? Like, I mean, other than it didn't live up to the hype, right? Which the hype for that game was unreal. Like, there was never going to be a universe where it lived up to that hype. Never, ever, ever. So, was it disappointing? Absolutely. There was no way it was never going to be disappointing or not going to be disappointing. So, but in terms of like, and also like Witcher 3, Witcher 3, which is beloved and is one of the reasons why Cyberpunk was so hyped, because it was so beloved, has all kinds of fucking problems. Like, let's stop pretending that Witcher 3 was like a masterpiece in every conceivable dimension. Because it's just not. There's all kinds of problems in that game. But it's just so good at the things it does well. It's just so good. And I consider a lot of that to be true for Cyberpunk. I mean, the things it does well, it's really good. So, 10 years or more of development? Yeah, no. I mean, but what players expect from 10 years of development is next level perfection. When I see 10 years of development, I'm like, oh boy, right? I see warning signs. That's red flag time, like, so, like, more years. It's got a team of 5,000 people. They've been working on it for 10 years. I'm like, oh shit, that sounds like a giant clusterfuck based on what I know about game development. But yeah, people respond to that differently, Even the best developers have a few bad games. Yeah, also true. But yeah. You ever played Mountain Blade? Not any of the first one, but I have played a little bit of the Bannerlord, the second one, though I haven't replayed it recently, and they update it constantly, so. Yeah, so I should run it back. I should try to get back into it. It's worse than Witcher 3 in every single way of the starting choices, where you pick Nomad instead of no impact in your gameplay. Yeah, and that's a big transition. Like, that's totally new territory for them, Pentelligence. Not being Geralt. It's like Fallout 4 when they let you be on camera for the first time and say shit. That went down horribly, in my opinion. Not only did every character look like a fucking giant clown because of the character generator letting people do the stupidest shit ever, but they also just didn't have any experience at like the narrative design chops to be able to run a protagonist, like Mass Effect knew how to do a protagonist, right? Like, this is my role. Witcher series. They know how to do a protagonist. Fallout was trying it for the first time, and they had no history of that. So they heard people like to make their own characters and he'd see their guy talk, but beyond that, they didn't know how to do it. So, and they didn't do a good job of it at all. I thought it played smoother. Like Witcher 3 base controls, I don't think play well at all, but I could run around and shoot things, and it felt pretty good. It felt better. So I wouldn't say Cyberpunk was worse in every way. Obviously, your mileage may vary, but first public announcement when programmers also learned about game projects. Nice. Count Friday and next Monday, engine dev leaders would ask, "We're doing Cyberpunk game." It's awesome. Raw launch, bunch of quests to not work. Yeah, bugs. But Witcher 3 had those as well, right? How many generations of hardware does a 10-year development cycle go through? That's right. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you don't want to have a development cycle that long. You like what Ashes Creation devs did so far? I like where their heart's at, yeah, quite a bit. Super ambitious. They are definitely exploring new territory. Although it's not as new as I guess I should say, because a lot of it is based on what game? One of the Korean MMOs that I never played. So was it Lineage 2 or was it some other game? But so some of that stuff they've seen proof of concept for, and they liked it, so they're doing it. But yeah. But yeah, we shall see. There's obviously like the devil's in the details. So in MMOs, there's so many details. So I would definitely chill out on your expectations as the next great MMO. It might be that, but yeah, they're gonna have some things. I just can't see a world where there aren't a few things at least that just aren't amazing, But if you like where their head's at and where their heart's at, and MMOs are they're created to last a while, then it can create some goodwill and some trust in the future, even after release potentially. So. Because I mean, the first thing that I don't know any other game that has come out. Has there been one? I don't know. I don't play a lot of new MMOs. Just the feel, the feel of running around and attacking things. Like, WoW is so polished, feels so good. Has any game been able to match that? Can we expect Ashes to match that? Or is it going to be sort of Warhammer-ish, where it's like, God, I love a lot of the things going on in this game, but the feel is just, I have to put up with it, Do most open world RPGs have the same challenges, impactful choices, backed off protocol? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. But that's okay. And single player, even it matters even less. That everything works perfectly. Like, I don't know. I think that's a carryover from, WoW or games like that, where everybody having a chance to have a spot in the raid matters a whole lot to the overall game experience, as opposed to a game like Diablo, where it's like there are times when you're playing Diablo or Path or whatever, where you're just unbelievably overpowered, and that's fun as long as it doesn't last forever. So you have moments of sheer OP-ness, and then you moments of struggling, and it comes and goes as the loot drops vary. Don't worry though, you can smooth all that out with your wallet. Straight to the top, baby. Had to go from Mass Effect 3 to Andromeda, though. I didn't finish 3. I never played Andromeda. Yeah, but I've heard Andromeda wasn't good. X-Files plot syndrome. Good at creating side quests when neglecting the main storyline. Yeah. Yeah. Also, like, a lot of the best storytelling in Fallout is the environments themselves. That showing rather than storytelling. The move from levels made it feel flabby and created problems Souls games didn't have. Yeah, the pacing is off. That's my problem with Elden Ring. But a whole much broader audience gets to play what they consider to be a Souls-like game, and it still has strong elements of Souls-like game, but not the same. So that's why I put it down a couple of times now, whereas I would have never done that with a Souls game. And again, I continue to say I'd rather see Dark Souls 4 than Elden Ring 2. What'd you think of The Witcher 2? Gets pushed under the rug by 3. It was the better game experience. Yeah, 2 was amazing. 2 was a huge advancement over 1. Unbelievable. Like, I'd never seen a game company grow so much in terms of quality and execution. And then Witcher 3 came out, and that was another big jump in a lot of ways. But yeah, 2 I think still is just really, really good. And kind of mind-blowing when you think about like the major choices in Act 2 that lead to a completely different Act 3. Like, there are 2 distinct Act 3s, and which one you get depends on your choices. And so you can play the game and miss out on an entire act worth of content because you went down the A path instead of the B path. So that's pretty mind-blowing. To this day, pretty mind-blowing, because just like it, like for every producer that wants to make the bang for the buck argument, you're making all that content and most people aren't even going to see it. It's like, yeah, right? Like, and that's Alpha Protocol also. Like, when you think about, but that's one of the charms of it, like comparing notes with your friend who played Alpha Protocol. You both played through it once, and you're like, yeah, that was a really fun game. But only once, then you put it down. And then you go talk to your friend about the story. You're like, wait, what? No. That person was the bad guy. No, that person was the hostage. No, that person was the ally. Like, totally different experiences. And you can compare notes and be like, that's fucking crazy, right? Like, it's like we played 2 totally different games. And yeah, the bang for the buck argument is like ridiculous, but awesome, because of that, but really hard to justify. Did you play a lot of competing MMOs? Yeah. I was in an office with Eric Dodds, and the 2 of us played every MMO that came out. We shared the load. We were both super busy, obviously, but we made sure that we played So, like, he played some and I played others. Ones that I got: Star Wars Galaxies, Asheron's Call 2. He got Earth and Beyond, I think. What other ones came out? And some I just played a lot because I enjoyed. They were doing some really cool stuff. Yeah, I played a couple of games out the wheel. Did you collaborate at all with sound designers for WoW skills? Yeah. Basically, the way it works is we talk about the abilities, we create the sort of the thematic. We tell them about it, and then they go take a crack at it. Then they come back and show us their work, and then we have another meeting about, is this good? Is this not good? There could be a polish phase. Sometimes it's perfect the first time, and back and forth until we get it right. So yeah, it was always a collaboration between the two groups. Same with spell effects and animations and all that stuff. So the metaverse, still don't even know what it is. I really don't. Can someone give me a clear example of what the metaverse is going to do to our gaming experience that isn't already being done? Like, this is the thing I don't understand yet, and no one can really tell me. Like, I understand that it's like a new buzzword and it's trying to convince us that it's going to be the greatest thing, but I still don't understand what it's going to actually do. Like, it just, what? Oh, so I can go 1 minute playing one game and then I can go through a portal and go play another game? You mean like I already do without the portal nonsense? Like, I just stop playing one game and click on another game and start playing that one? Like, why do I have to be part of a metaverse to accomplish this? I mean, other than they want me to be in their system the whole time. Like, they want me to be connected to whatever so they can be monitoring me and seeing what I'm clicking on and selling my data and all that shit. But yeah, I still don't understand what the point of it is, how it's going to improve our experience, how it's, in our interest. That's how the game adjusted to your playstyle. Missions were the same, but all missions had option to just sneak around. Game didn't reward player for non-lethal skills enough. Yeah, right, which is something that a lot of games try, Deus Ex being another one. But eventually you got to fight a boss who has a health pool and does so much damage, and you have to kill it. Although in Alpha Protocol, to their credit, there is a map where there's a boss and you have a sniper rifle and you snipe him. You just one-shot him in the head. That's it. And they're like, mission over, you did it. And you never saw that in Deus Ex, as far as I remember. So there were times where Alpha Protocol let you be that guy, Definitely played Warhammer Online, played Age of Conan, played Latro. Yeah, played all three of those. A lot, too. Age of Conan the least, but I played a ton of Warhammer Online and a ton of Latro. Playing Ultima Online, nice. Hope you're enjoying, yeah. It's a classic. You're scared for 14 homogenization? Stop making classes? Yeah. I mean, a lot of the classes are already just thematics with, you push buttons in this order. 1, 2, 3. Here's your rotation. Oh my God, 4. Every once in a while. I know it's more complicated than that, but Josh Drive Hayes made a video on the metaverse. I think he essentially said that it's corporations trying to consolidate their different demographics into a single large one to reach as big a sales market. All right. So, yeah, I get the business side of it. I understand the incentive. Like, clearly they want us in their place all the time and never leaving, never looking at other products because we're stuck in their matrix, right? Television, phone, internet, games, like everything is in their quadrant. And so, and you'll never run out of content. So ideally, so you would never need to look at the rival metaverses. But there's two things I feel like are never going to happen. One is all of these megacorps are going to work together to share the metaverse, right? So that it's all one metaverse, like the internet, where it's like I can go from, playing Epic's games to Steam games to Apple games, like, and they're all cooperating to make my experience amazing. That's not going to fucking happen. They're all going to be fighting viciously for my, monthly active user, right? For my eyeballs, for my presence in their metaverse. And they're going to, that competition is going to breed making it more difficult, right? To move from place to place, to play, different games. Like Steam has just always been the thing. And so every time a game comes out on Epic, people tell me, oh, free game this month on Epic. And I'm just like, yeah, but then I got to go fire a fucking Epic. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, literally not worth it. Fire up a free app so I can get a free game. It's like, fuck. It's like the same thing with like every place you go to that wants you to do their rewards card. It's like on its own, fine. Yeah, I get a free frozen yogurt every 10 times I go into the place, but now I got to carry a fucking card for 500 places that I visit. Like, it's unmanageable. So all of you can go fuck off, right? So I don't know. Did you hear about Bobby's involvement in the metaverse? No. Can't wait though. Man, that guy's an innovator, isn't he? He is a machine. He only pauses long enough to be evil. And he gets right back to it. Virgin confirmed. That's right. You may have guessed we're not going to play another game. I've got to make dinner soon. So we're just kind of chilling and hanging. Fire out them questions if you have any. Bobby will be working on the Microsoft Metaverse. All right. All right. Exciting. Thank God Bobby's okay. Whew. I was worried about him for a little while, weren't you guys? Weren't you worried that his actions were going to catch up to him? Glad to see that the right people are still in charge of the world. What's for dinner? Boigas. We're going to make boigas, hamburgers, cheeseburgers, maybe some hot dogs. Boigas and dogs. Games on Bobby's PC, money counter, yacht simulator. That's right, tax evasion simulator. Secretary threaten. Secretary death threat simulator. You like Dags? Wicked. Wicked smart, Dags. I see you being around here again. Yeah, trying to hang out once in a while. I've been accused of never streaming. Can't take that line down. Anyone watch Obi-Wan? This isn't much of a spoiler, but apologies anyway. Darth Vader's in it. And it had a weird effect on me. This is just me being a grumpy old man. But I think Obi-Wan was pretty mediocre. It was a little better than Mandalorian, but it was still pretty mediocre. So seeing Darth Vader with all of his stature in a mediocre thing cheapened him. That was my feeling. It's like, I don't want to see him in mediocre shit. You know what I mean? You said more hope than Boba. That was funny, wasn't it? Book of Boba Fett, and there were like entire episodes that were about the Mandalorian. Did he like have health issues or something? Is there like a real world reason for that? Aaron T, how are you? How's the detective work? How's that sequel? Did that girl ever get find that button? Oh no, it was a zipper.
"45 months. Detective work is hard."
It is. Thank you so much for the 45 months, you absolute legend. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. No, but apparently she has a kid. Well, of course she does. That makes sense. Awesome. Wait, is it your kid? You don't trust Disney with Star Wars? Yeah. Dead franchise. Just like Lord of the Rings? Yeah. It's been milked. Are we going to get any decent Game of Thrones stuff? Or is that over as well? Lord of the Rings is a book series, not a franchise. That's right, Crapbox. It'll never take away. It'll take away what Lord of the Rings did. Book of, yeah, we're out of stuff. The author's dead. That's right. Did I watch Berserk? I have seen one version of Berserk, yes. I don't know if it was the new one, the old one, the anime. It was on Netflix. Does that help? It was quite good. The milking is just getting started. Hayden Christensen doesn't have the stature of David Prowse, so they had problems showing Vader versus Obi height-wise. But AI post-processing for Jed's voice was spot on. Yeah. There were some cool things in Obi-Wan for sure. I like the one character. Can't remember her name. And Ewan McGregor wasn't terrible. But I don't want to spoil too much, but it's just really difficult to talk about some of the stuff in the timeline without feeling like, did everyone in the other movies just forget all this shit that happened? You know what I mean? Like, because, you know, pretty much everyone in the movies later on was clueless about a lot of this stuff. You know, nothing really remarkable happened to them until the movies, So, and that's part of the charm of the characters is they're very virginal in that respect. Grope in your stories, that's right. What sound did the gut sword make? I don't remember. Was it a movie? It was not a movie, it was a series. Yeah. But you're Marion Pepin? Totally. Fool of a took. Like, that's what the name of it is. You could just go into people's gardens and be stealing vegetables. How amazing would that be? Smoking weed, stealing vegetables. One being dumb, the other one yelling at him even though he's just as dumb. I mean, that's a series, right? It's like Trailer Park Boys, but they're hobbits. Somebody get an agent on the phone. Can't be giving this shit away for free. Tom Bombadil cruises through space. Gandalf Jr. series. Oh, geez. Before all the weed. Untitled Goose Game, but it's hobbits. Yeah, now we're talking. It was a series and ended with you going, what the fuck, in the last episode you watched The Good Berserk. Okay. Yeah, that does sound familiar. Rhubarb Lady, yeah. In a world where Wheel of Time was made into a TV show. And he goes, well, I watched the first episode of that, but I got distracted by something else. I had to go back and watch it, because I never read the books. I always wanted to know what was going on, but yeah. For some reason, I mean, the books were ridiculous, because I read a lot of fantasy stuff back in the day, but that series was beyond me. It was just so massive. And so when they announced the series, my first thought was like, how are they going to encapsulate that massive thing into a series and do it effectively? And so I worried about it from the get-go. Watch the latest Doctor Strange movie, reminded me. I liked it okay. But why do you hate this Disney's MCU? What was it about the Doctor Strange movie you didn't like? And yeah, if you guys don't want spoilers, don't read chat or listen to me, I guess. First 3 episodes debated you into thinking they had something. Absolute trollocs. Yeah, I feel like there's a fair amount of the Marvel stuff coming that I'm not interested in, other than the world building. I think Hawkeye was a good example of that. Like, I think Hawkeye was pretty weak. But the Kingpin stuff, like just the stuff that they set up in terms of world building and who the players are and what they're doing and that they exist and they, I think it's cool to know, Everyone to watch all the bad MCU movies too. Oh, right. Yeah, everything's so interconnected. And that's how they've got me. Like I was just saying, it's like I can't not watch the Doctor Strange movie because it's too relevant to everything else that might be going on in in all the other movies. So you can't really pick and choose. It's like you're all in or you're not. So, and that's why there's that exhaustion point, because some people are just fucking exhausted. They're just like, Jesus Christ, make it stop. You can't, you can't pick and choose. See a lot of hate for the MCU. Getting better and better. Some of their stuff is starting to slip, but it's not like Thor 2, was the best movie, right? So there's always been, bad, mediocre. Then there's been some stuff that's really good. But if you think about you take a step back, like the undertaking, that was, the first 3 phases or whatever, ending in Endgame. Pretty fucking monumental. Pretty amazing when you think about it. Especially when you consider, like, that it's like 80 years of comic history and characters and stuff like that coalesced in the way that they did it. I mean, it's an achievement. It's an accomplishment. It's pretty mind-blowing. And the quality at times was really high, but there was an integrity throughout, an attention to the quality, especially for anyone old enough to remember the shit that we had to endure in the comic book space back in the 80s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. I mean, so much garbage. So I give them, I cut them some slack, for sure, because of that. Yeah, absolutely right, Modoman. It's all interconnected. And that's a strength and a weakness. Blade 2 is the last good Marvel movie. Blade. So good. But Blade 3 had Ryan Reynolds. They found a good spot between comedy and action that I enjoy. Yeah. Yeah. Dialogue is very good in places. Very, very good. And the action is, very good. The drama is the thing that suffers from time to time. Because of the comedy, because of the action. Like, there are moments in it that you can't experience the drama properly because they go straight to making light of it or start a fight. Yeah, first Blade movie is great. I mean, it has its cheese, right? But I think anyone, especially in the younger audience, we have such different impressions of what is cheesy about movies, Because, like, some of us, like we were talking about Predator earlier, like, I love Predator. I love that movie. And it is underappreciated by a lot of people who see it as just like this macho flex, run and gun type of movie. Big old beefcakes and one-liners and blah, 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 right? Lots of shooting. But that doesn't do it justice, right? Like, that movie is way better than that. But it's cheesy at times. It's absolutely cheesy at times. By, the standards of, like, if that's not your thing, like, like, if you've ever tried to show your girlfriend, and I know we're all on Twitch, so we don't really have girlfriends, but you ever try to show your girlfriend Predator? No, this is the fucking greatest movie ever. Right? A number of times that the girlfriend is just fucking rolling her eyes, right? And you're just like, fuck yeah. Right? There's just a disconnect, But yeah. Me speaking from experience, no, I've never actually done that because I know better. I know it would just be like, it's like it's when they show you Twilight. You know what I mean? Like, okay, no, that was great. Yeah, that was really, really compelling cinema. Mm-hmm. It's really hard to beat Mel Brooks as Dracula. Yeah. I present. Oh, what the fuck is it called? Young Frankenstein. Sorry, Frankenstein. I got drunk, popcorn, had a good time. There you go, Crabbox. Explain us younger audience Commando movie storyline. Okay. Teen Steam gets abducted for being cute, and Commando guy was going to kill a bunch of people for no reason anyway this weekend, but now he's got like a specific objective, which makes every kill just a little bit sweeter. There you go. Stick around. Let off some steam, Bennett. When I'm watching a serious movie, when I'm watching a movie for a good time. Yeah. And then a movie like Mad Max Fury Road comes along. It destroys those barriers. I don't know what is happening now. It's a fucking good time, but the movie's so good. I know some of you are going to disagree. We don't understand Master and Commander either. That's right. Well, it's just a bunch of fucking disgusting dudes haven't showered with scurvy, cruising around on a boat. What's to like? X hated it, said it was pointless. That's so awesome. Pointless. That's right. No one ended up with a husband in the movie, so the fuck was the point? Love the Twilight meme with Blade standing behind. Yeah, it's so good. So good. You got a refund as soon as they started glittering in the sunlight. So funny. The Inner Fury Warriors. About damn time. I mean, how dare they? Love The Princess Bride. So much good stuff from the 80s. Yeah. Music, movies. Ugh, what a time. I'm sorry, but my time was just better than your time. My teenage years. If you didn't grow up in the 80s, they were just better. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But them's the facts. Werewolf there. Werewolf. I don't have time. You got time to duck? Love the guitar dudes. So good. Ugh, everything about that movie. What a masterpiece. Arnold's daughter get kidnapped so bad guys can force Arnold to kill Bolivia's president. So Arnold destroy half the mall, one motel room, break-in, weapon shop. Row to random island and blow up island because reasons. Oh, hell yeah. It had by far the largest kill count. We did an Arnie Fest a long time ago. A lot of you have heard the story a million times. But we did an Arnie Fest, which was me and my friends got together and watched every Arnold Schwarzenegger movie in a row. And then at the end of the Arnie Fest, we went to see opening day Terminator 2 because it had come out that day. So that'll date it as well. I don't remember what that date was, but I was one of the few who made it all the way through the Arnie Fest, because before Terminator 2, there are a lot of Arnie movies, and we watched them all. We're talking about the movie with the Western, where he's dubbed and wears the white hat. I can't remember what that one's called, but we didn't. The only one we didn't watch was Pumping Iron, because it was documentary. But we watched all the Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, and I kept stats, right? So kill count, women, we wrote down best lines, right? Like all of that. And the kill count had to be on screen, guaranteed kill, or, you know, basically. It couldn't count like, you know, when he shoots out the windows in Total Recall and everyone in the room gets spaced. He doesn't get credit for all of those, right? He's got to actually shoot a dude. So, and you have to see it. And like most of his movies had like 10 to 30, right? Most of the movies had like 10 to 30. Total Recall was high, but not as high as you'd think. If you go back and watch and use this rule, you know, like he kills a fair number of people, but it's not like well, it's just not like Commando. Commando had like 120. Like it was like 100 more than every other movie. It was so ridiculously high. And he kills like when you think about all of his movies, he kills a fucking ton of people, like in Conan and yeah, like Total Recall, like he kills a lot of people in every movie. That's part of his thing. But Commando, it is just unreal how many people he kills. It's insane. So pretty noteworthy thing that how much higher the body count was in Commando than everything else. Terminator, like 17 at the police station or whatever. But not many more people than that. Gets a few people in the bar, you know, kills a few people at home. Sarah Connor. But I don't think it got higher than 30. Conan gets plus one punching camel. Yeah, there you go. Jingle All the Way. Was that out yet? I don't think that was out. That was after Terminator 2. I think his softest one was Kindergarten Cop. Kills a toy truck. That's right. That's right. Hercules in New York, yep. Or Hercules Goes Bananas. Yeah, that was one of the early ones we watched. It's not a tumor. There is no bathroom. Yeah, Kindergarten Cop has good ones. When he gets pregnant, yeah, Junior. True Lies, amazing, yeah. God, what's her name is so hot in that. I met her. Huge WoW fan. She came by the office, met a bunch of people. Jamie Lee Curtis. No, not Sharon Stone. That's Total Recall. Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis. Super hot in that movie. Oh, she played WoW, did she now? I was just saying. She's a huge WoW fan. And I met her because she came by the office. Brought her family. Who she plays with. Female orc warrior. Yeah. Classy lady. Perfect woman? I don't know. She's got to be up there. She's got to be in the running. Anyone who plays a female orc warrior. Terminator 3 movie, yeah, not the greatest. Bill Paxton, so amazing. You invite her to your Dead Mimes run, if you know what I mean. Tell me about it. I'd split the loot with her. Show her my boat. That's right. You know, this is based on the Goonies. I don't know if you know that, but it's based on. Impress her with your knowledge. And she's probably like, dude, I was in the Goonies. I don't think she was. I guess that's the big question: is who out there is a big WoW nerd, but we don't know it yet? It's an actor, actress, or singer. Did Matt and Trey visit? I'm sure they did. I didn't see them there though. Never talked to them. When did I watch Expendables 3 the last time? I don't know. I think I've seen it. Have I? I think so. Those movies didn't leave a strong impression on me. They were fun, but yeah. Vin Diesel and Paul Walker, yeah. And Tyrese. He's the one I met of that group. He was a huge WoW player. He had to stop playing because it was interfering with his professional life. That's what he told me. He came with Brandy. The two of them came together. Brandy was still playing. That's the story of her ripping me a new one. She played a hunter, and I had just recently done some nerf, and she ripped me a new one for fucking with her class. That was the surreal moment I had, was having pop star Brandy chew me out for nerfing her class. Corpse Grinder, yeah. Cradle to the Grave, yeah, I remember that one. J.J. Abrams looks like he grinds Torghast. Wow. You suspect Carrie Fisher. Interesting, yeah. I wouldn't put it past. If you're watching one day and pay attention to Mel Gibson's role, I don't think I'm going to do that. Yeah, he's an NPC, that's right. So does Paris Hilton, so, you know. Seems like anyone can get an NPC these days. Buff Warriors, you got it. You got it. What you want? What you want? A little more strength? A little more crit? What do you want? What do you want? We got it all. Opening up the jacket. Got buffs over here. Nerfs for other classes over here. Exit Wounds. Easily the best Steven Seagal movie. Nice. I watched all of his movies back in the day, too. Can't keep up with them now. There's like 1 million of them. They're all really bad looking. Was I the one who added Mortal Strike? No, I was not. That was actually an Ultima Online first. That was a Tom Chilton special. He brought that over from Ultima Online. Unbelievable. His first stabs at making warriors. Required. Overpowered. I think I was on my honeymoon when he put that in the game. Either honeymoon or paternity leave. I think it was honeymoon. What did you give Warriors? What have you done for Warriors lately? I don't know, everything else. Here are the things I did not give them. Heroic Leap, Shattering Throw, the Death Wish Sweeping Strike Swap, Mortal Strike, Titan's Grip. Yeah, those are all things that I did not come up with or argued against. You know, Slash didn't want in the game. Shattering Throw is pretty cool. How was it cool? Like, I understand, like, the spell effect might be cool, but what is cool about ruining someone else's class dynamic that makes them special? I mean, other than it lets you kill them. It is cool to kill people, don't get me wrong. They can destroy bubbles, yeah. Totally. Totally. And destroying bubbles is cool for one person. And Mage, yeah, exactly. When all those pesky people like do things that you don't like, you're just like fucking Shattering Throw. Take that. Take that, bro. Am I going to be doing interviews with Josh at Countdown to Classic and lead up to Wrath? Always love your interviews. He has been asking, and man, I need to. But I've been so busy. I just don't. I hope so. Is the answer to that question. I'll find time. I'll try to find time. Shattering a Paladin's spell for the first time was orgasmic. I'm sure. I'm sure it was. Just like a rogue one-shotting you or killing you before you left stun was orgasmic for them. But you can't let them do it all the time. There is a cost. Did you get Pele's Divine Intervention? I think so, yes. And that was too costly. It's too costly. I just loved the idea, the self-sacrifice. But, man, did it fuck up content development. What you didn't give to shamans? I wonder. Yeah. Anime girl interview. I don't know who that is. Like, I think I've seen somebody being interviewed by an anime girl, but I don't really know who that is. I didn't watch the interview. So, yeah. But I have not been contacted by anime girls people, whoever that might be. Probably other anime girls, like a legion of them. All I-ing around me. You gotta do the interview. Still worried about Wild Dragonflight? Already coming out so early? It's gonna be great. It's gonna be perfect. What are you talking about? Roman and David didn't really save their words in that interview. I don't know what that means. Thematically, it's cool. All right, then. Yeah, he mass dispel from priests, yeah. You just don't want anti-fun to be more efficient than fun. Right? Because then nobody's having any fun. Right? Like, I buff myself, I buff a friend, I buff a third guy, and then the guy goes, nope, no buffs for anyone. Well, that's no fun. Fuck. Let's try it again. I buff myself, I buff my friend, I buff my other friend. No. Nope. Easier, less costly for me to shut it all down. It's like, okay, I guess we'll never use these fun, cool things that make me feel useful and powerful. I should read my Discord sometimes? Okay. I probably have, I just forgot. I can't be expected to read it and remember it, Madoman. Unless it's like 80s movie references, then yeah. So you hate Purge, Kevin? Purge was costly. Wait, was Purge costly? I don't know. Well, here's why Purge was costly. Maybe not in the mana cost department, but that was a global that you could have shocked with. You could have thrown another Frost Shock. You see what I mean? Pretty costly. Roman Kenny was first one who Anime Girl interviewed. He explained a lot of things later on. David Freed was in that same Anime Girl interview. He gave no filtered opinions. Nice. All right, then. So you're saying Anime Girl gets the best out of everybody. Am I going to cry during the interview? Does she get all her guests to cry as well? My body pillow would be pretty annoyed if you had been, yeah. 80% of chat are cute anime girls, true. I'm not going to play Wrath, no. Oh, there's Karma cost too, yeah. I can't forget the Karma cost. I can finally give explanations to my paladin sucked in vanilla without filters. Right, no PR bullshit. Just a straight reason. And the reason is... one word reason. I'll answer it in a minute, but I want you guys to guess. One word reason why Paladin sucked in vanilla. Go. Because bias. Okay, I've got some good answers so far. No, that's 3. You already contributed, so I'll let that slide. Alliance. Balance. Also good, also. Time. Okay, that's an excellent answer. Support. Some of you struggling with the rules. Holy. Buttons. That's a good answer. All right, you ready for the answer? It's not what you expect. The answer is cocaine. All right, there's my answer. Is it real? Is it fake? I don't know. There you go, there's my answer. I liked your answers too, though, so we get some good ones. I didn't say I did cocaine. I just said cocaine was the reason. It could be because the war on drugs wasn't going well and I was really depressed. Because of all this cocaine poisoning our kids, flooding our streets. How do you know it wasn't that? Illusion dust. I don't think anyone doubts it's real. Hey, if you guys remember, we didn't snort cocaine, okay? We snorted ground up dollar bills using straws made out of cocaine. That was our jam. Boomers could afford cocaine, millennials smoke crack. That's right. Wow. Well, I feel like every stream should end with drug-related commentary. But it's time. It's time to go make dinner. Dinner for 82. You guys coming over for boigas? What dogs? Do I have something big in the works? Always. Probably just more Blood Bowl, though. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a blast. Thank you so much for being here. Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. May your wonderful weekend continue. Don't forget, Arsenal's making big moves in the transfer market. We're getting pumped. We're getting pumped. Don't you boo me. Don't you do it. I support Man U second. It really is everyone's favorite second team to watch implode, right? Usually you have a second team you root for, but now with Man U just being terrible all the time, being such an awful train wreck. It's just a fun team to watch. But I'll tell you one thing. I am curious to see what Ten Hag can do there. I will say that. And I love Frankie de Jong. If he goes to Man U, I've dreamed about him playing for Arsenal for a long time. If he goes to Man U, part of me's going to die inside. Just absolute die. It would be great to see him in the Prem, though. So, but man, oh man. Sad days. Anime Girl interview links from the Secret Stuff Club. Got it. Can you not afford him anymore? I don't know. Aren't these clubs in reality just limitless wealth? I mean, it's just, someone like Bobby, do they want to delay one of their yachts a little bit? Just can't imagine any of these people not having the money. All right, guys. Love you. Gonna leave you. Thanks for being here. We'll see you next time. Have a great rest of your night. Goodbye.